Second, the launching of intellectual property registration and commercialization program for industrial designs and works. We invite Dr. Mohammed Al-Sharif, Dean of Institute of Research Studies and Consultancy Services, to the stage. Dr. Mohammed from University. This program, created by Al University, Munshaat, and the Saudi Authority for Intellectual Property, to strengthen IP protection and turn innovation into economic value. You can still say Dr. Mohammed because the other initiative is still by Al. So the next initiative is Occupational Safety and Health Invention Registration and Commercialization Program, also with Al University. This program focuses on protecting and commercialization, occupational health, and innovations. And now we move toward RDI Moonshot Award, celebrating the national RDI Virtual Cluster and RDI Moonshot Partners and Startups. First, we would like to recognize and call to the stage the partners whose guidance and support empowered this journey, starting with Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. Ministry of Investment. منشآت. ندلة. King Saud University. Siemens Healthineers. And finally, IBM. And now we invite all of RDI Moonshoot startups to the stage together. Please make your way up and let's give them a big round of applause as they join us. Your dedication has inspired the community and this moment is yours. And now we will move to awarding for Technology Transfer Internship Program. First, we would like to recognize our strategic partner, King Abdullah University for Science and Technology, for their great contribution and partnership in the first edition of this program. We welcome on the stage the representative of SARS, Director of Technology Transfer, to receive the certificate. And now it's time to present the certificates to the participants of the first edition for Technology Transfer Internship Program. We welcome on the stage Engineer Omar Al-Husseini, Dr. Al-Muhannad Al-Kayyan, Dr. Abdullah Al-Hani, Dr. Fahda Al-Marshad, Hassa Al-Maghlouth to receive their certificates. And finally, moving ahead to recognize private sector, honoring their support for advancing commercialization and innovation partnerships. I would like to welcome on the stage SWC, Kayan, Damad, Al-Adfaj Medical Services, IOC, and Al-Hafoof Stars to receive their recognition. Thank you so much, Dr. Sultan and program representatives, for your great contribution to the innovation ecosystem. And now we move to the second theme. Building the foundations for deep tech in innovation districts. Our speaker will deliver a keynote titled Global Innovation Spaces and Deep Tech Insights. She will share global perspectives on how innovation districts succeeded in highlighting and strengthening for multinational cooperation and in local ecosystem. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Eva Lund, CEO of the International Association for Science Parks and Areas of Innovation, IASP.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of our global network, the IASP. I'm delighted to be now for the second time in Saudi Arabia. Of course, also delighted to mention that in our global community, we count on important local members in terms of Dhahran and the closest surroundings. We have, of course, the Dhahran Techno Valley, we have Lab 7, and also the Amman Valley that were the three also mentioned this morning, and up to 15 innovation projects all around the kingdom. And to the benefit of colleagues or new friends who may not know the ISP, I was just keen also to share a few highlights, facts and figures of the association. So broadly speaking, the ISP is a global membership community. We gather science technology parks, innovation districts, areas of innovation, knowledge-based business incubators, so many different models, a great diversity that also creates a rich community of peer exchanges and partnerships. And we have been around different regional chapters for more operational purposes when conversations are hosting all the global colleagues in 2027 because the Valley won the bid to host our Global World Conference in 2027. So more opportunities to come back and to connect further with all the projects here. And just to give you an idea of the ISP, I think we talk always of opportunity. It's an extensive network. I think there are many big and nice numbers there to share for all of you because that's relationships, that's connections, and also opportunities for your startups, your SMEs, and certainly also the big corporates connections that we can have together. First of all, like we are built of many layers, many actors, members in 81 countries, so you see this wide opportunity for connections. We also have, as I mentioned, this diversity in models. There are many labels out there. Sometimes there can be also different tweaks to that, the knowledge cities, science cities, a whole wide variety where sometimes the ISP is also asked to support in kind of a taxonomy. At the same time, all these projects are in constant evolution. We see adjustments. We have seen several generations today of the science and technology parks. So we were, as a network, originally born to support the science technology parks because they were the first actors, so to say, back in the 1950s to connect academia and the marketplace. Since then, the ISP has always been following all the latest trends, evolution, and we saw more and more partners with this common mission of supporting innovation, fostering entrepreneurship, and also to enhance regional economic development in their cities and regions. And that's where we also widened up the network to say we embrace all these different layers because we have so many synergies and a common mission that we are working towards. More diversity and potential is also linking to the technology sector. We have a whole range of different sectors within the community. 35, I think right now, are the main sectors highlighted by our members. And then also another one is in terms of the sizes. We gather under one roof, all from the big corporates, the anchor institutions, to the SMEs and the startups. And that's really where we can both build on this and benefit from it. And as the practitioners, we can also be the ones to help the startups build on this network effect. So much to tap into, that's where we can help them as being this door opener to international collaborations and this sort of multiplier of resources. Because with the startups and the different sizes there, you see the micro, the startups, small, medium size, many, and also different backgrounds. Of course, we are enhancing mostly the local economic context, and that's where it's quite natural. We see more local to national companies, but we also see a growth in international residents settling in our different communities. And with members in 80 countries, the ISP also have this very good opportunity to share and analyze the data for the members. This is from our global survey, and this is kind of showing you information from all the different models that we gather in the community. I just wanted to show you how this also helps to support the companies and the entrepreneurial talent. So first of all these projects are really an urban phenomenon, closely tied to university, with a kind of a maximum distance of 5 kilometers, or even on the land of university or adjacent to it. In terms of physical size, you also see a big variety, while we observe a mixed use of the land, with buildings also designated to various functions. And also the ownership was a highlight I wanted to share with you, because originally all these different projects were public funded projects. Still the majority is, but we do see more and more interest and also engagement from the private sector, and also more and more public-private partnerships in this context. And I think this is also maybe a moment to just share a little, see the confusion that we sometimes experience when we talk about all our projects. Sometimes it's difficult to explain what is it really that we do. There's a lot of intangible layers in this type of innovation communities. So because despite the name of science parks, tech parks, all the knowledge science cities, we are not really about science nor technology. The parks, they are not universities, they are not research centers per se. They are mainly about the companies, about business, about the company creation and innovation. So all these different models, whichever the label, because of all the common denominators that we also share, we aim really to provide the best possible access to knowledge and technology for the companies that we host and support. So this is actually something where, when I mentioned to build on the network effect, this starts all from the ground level, from the individual building, co-working spaces, to the citywide different nodes and stakeholders that then collaborate, to national and even national levels. So you have the national networks like RDIA, and also global platforms that can support all these processes like the ISP. And when you see, this is just an overview of the different organized innovation spaces, as we call them. And that's also where I just want to share this notion of saying, when we say organized, it's because all these projects somehow are managed projects. They have dedicated management teams. You can say there is a varying degree depending on what type of project you are. Maybe you can say the more comprehensive or formal one are the sciencer or facilitator. So connecting the dots, having all these stakeholders work together, that can sometimes also make it more difficult to then have a hold on and control of your own data, what's happening in the community. And that's something key that we support the members in also, because when we want to look then at impact we make in our different communities, that's the analysis and the data collection where we can help work as their global observatory, as it were. I need just to look a bit to the side to also see my slides. I want to mention here also that we are all these different projects and nodes in a broader innovative ecosystem. And I think also another thing they all have in common is that they are high quality environments. So with this high quality facilities to help foster and grow innovation. I mentioned the constant evolution, this shift to more hybrid spaces. That's also where we see, for instance, the science technology parks working more and more with the city administration, with the mayor, with the people who are on these layers as city engines as well, because the city is no longer happy to just be a passive recipient of the innovation programs happening. They are actively engaging, as is also the private sector. And that's why I highlight just there when we look at this whole broader innovation ecosystem, they are all coexisting. I think you cannot say that one model is replacing the other. They are all very strong, you could say, in their own right. There were moments where we were looking and seeing that, I think we changed the name in 2012. That's where we opened up also the areas of innovation, the innovation districts, and there was this kind of, oh, this is the evolution, and now we are seeing that the districts are replacing the science and technology parks. That has turned out not to be the case. They're simply coexisting with the different ways of working, and then with all these different synergies that we find. We have examples in the network. For instance, I mentioned always Porto Alegre, as you also get there from Argentina, who's with us today. They have a district in the city, 2 science parks. The science parks linked to different universities. Then we have the Instituto Alegre, so kind of multiple, and that's 5 ISP members in one same city. And just to say, that's where we have an example of all these different synergies that we can highlight. And all these different models, they're really there to stimulate growth. They are powerful tools for this technology transfer, the knowledge transfer that we also heard mentioned in the opening remarks, supporting the sustainable economic development, and of course also this engagement of the triple helix, the quadruple helix also today with the community added to this, and also sustainability as the 5th layer. And I think an important comment here also is that they are economic tools, but also more and more social tools. So the social dimension is increasingly important to all our members. They are more concerned about community, about creating value precisely for this entrepreneurial talent that is also so crucial, for instance, for a sector like deep tech that we also look into today. And just to give you an illustration, this is just a drawing that we did when you say, okay, so there's so many kind of different models, projects, who is who, what is what in the geographical landscape. If you look at this as kind of the outer circle, you can see that as the region of an area, and then the inner blue circle as the city, the urban context, and then you see that this is just an example, of course, how we can have totally urban science and technology parks being located in the heart of the city. Some will be maybe at the outskirts of the city, closer to maybe the universities, a bit outside out of the big land that they have available. And also we do have in the community some science and technology parks who are rural projects being located in this wider regional area. So that's what I mean when I say they're all nodes in these ecosystems, coexisting, collaborating to really foster a strong regional innovation community. And then the areas of innovation, that's perhaps the player where you can say it's even more city or region-wide, also sometimes referred to as clusters. And that's where you can maybe see the different buildings or facilities that they support. A common thing for the districts, areas of innovation, they usually don't own the land or the buildings, but they facilitate, they orchestrate different innovation programs happening within these spaces. So in the case of the areas of innovation we have in the network, I think of one in France, another in the US, they have buildings scattered around the city, and they are also often seen by the politicians as the go-to partner when there's times of crisis, during the pandemic for instance. That's where the city reaches out to the area of innovation, say, listen, you need to help, you need also to support the smaller entities who are even maybe not part of your community on a daily basis. And this also links me to the competitiveness. This is just showing also some aggregate data from our global survey. What is it that our members highlight that as factors that help to drive growth and success? And you see this links a lot to the different layers I've mentioned, the links to academia, the talent working in all these resident companies as crucial, and that's what we hear repeated over and over again. I just had recent trips, many of you were with us in Beijing in China. This was a topic of conversation. Last year in Nairobi in Kenya when we had the World Conference, it was also addressing this pressing issue of talent. Recently in Brussels, then in the Emirates, so it's really the conversation all around. How can we make sure to sustain our communities with the right talent in the future? Programs, activities I mentioned, and also the image and prestige of a location, the brand value, to be really an area where the businesses, they want to be part of that community. It adds value, it gives them connections, and so on. Location is also one of the key things that we would always highlight. What is the right place to be? For instance, in the case of districts that are maybe neighborhoods, some of you may know 22 Ad in Barcelona, that's kind of areas where they see we need to ignite some new energy into this neighborhood. We also have examples from London, Mexico, where they have even had areas with high crime rates. And by building and making an innovation district in that neighborhood of a specific city, that has really been a huge game changer at the local level. And also another snippet, in terms of time, you need to tell me how I'm doing, but I just wanted to share with you also the different activities that we see going on in our communities. The main elements, again, being these quality settings for retaining and having the necessary talent. You find the incubators, the research centers, universities, and so on, but also the leisure facilities and residential area being either close by or part of these spaces. In terms of activities, that's what you see on the lower part there. We have, of course, the highest scoring here, maybe not a surprise, that's around research and development. Of course, also academia, the education, how to educate and reskill or upskill the workforce, the talent that we are talking about. And this great variety also of technology sectors I mentioned to you, it comes into play here. Just for information, the top 5 today in the ISP is ICT, it's biotechnology, healthcare, software engineering, and AI. This top 5 is of course closely followed then by energy, sustainability, actions. So this is simply to say that when we do the different surveys, we sometimes also see development there or new trends that we are observing. And this highlight also of the technology, it brings me to a short flash survey that we did just for this occasion when we heard from RDIA the interest also in deep tech, and as an ecosystem for deep tech, we really see a great move towards Industry 5.0 with the emergence back in the days of the knowledge economy. There was really a rejection of of classical industry, you could say. So many science and technology parks, they kind of prohibited the access of manufacturing activities and companies carrying out manufacturing activities. Over time, and as this concept has then evolved, this trend has really shifted. So today, in the ISP network, 71% of the member organizations, they have now manufacturing activities. Maybe some 50%, they do put some restrictions to make sure that these companies do have an innovative and technology-based component. And then some 45%, they host manufacturing and also automation companies. And this simply indicates this increasing openness to adopt next generation industrial models. And from the data that we collected from the network, we asked them about their engagement in deep tech. And I think this is perhaps also of interest to the Valley. You have also high involvement in this sector. The first one we see highlighted is AI and machine learning, and 84%. And this is highly represented across nearly all the ecosystems that we asked in the survey, often connected to the application in healthcare, industrial automation, and data analytics. The next one, biotech life sciences, with applications including intelligent cancer drugs, genomics, tropical agriculture, biotech, and also precision medicine. We saw a highlight of clean tech, energy tech, 71%, and this is also including renewable energy, hydrogen, synthetic fuel solutions, and electrification of society, as the highlights members were sharing. Robotics, automation, consistently also present in our innovation ecosystems. And then advanced materials and nanotech, highly represented. Also, these ones are often linked to specific clusters, like in semiconductors, microelectronics, or deep sea engineering materials. So that's where also some members highlighted as additional layers, microelectronics and quantum technologies. And others, again, they were intentionally specializing in highly complex and capital-intensive domains like space, advanced materials, and deep sea technology. That was really to leverage regional advantages or to meet strategic regional goals. But all this effort, that's not without challenges. So we, of course, also asked the members, what are the hurdles, what are the challenges you find when you want to be active in this more complex kind of sector, because the deep tech technologies, they are generally hard to replicate and usually also require really long-term research and development, high capital investment, and also strong technical expertise. So they're kind of, you can say, different from the typical kind of digital startups like apps, social media platforms, because these deep tech innovations, they stem really from the breakthroughs in science rather than just what we could call creative business models. So the challenges highlighted by the members, we see first and foremost the funding and investment. So deep tech universally, when we look at this global landscape, and that's the value to get then the input of peers, they struggle to secure what we can call patient money and also sufficient capital to long development cycles and this high-risk nature of these ventures. Talent and ecosystem is another highlight. This persistent challenge of skills gaps, shortage of specialists, and also the brain drain challenge, making it really difficult to attract and retain the critical mass of more senior experts who can be supporting this deep tech and creating kind of a self-sustaining ecosystem. Next one mentioned there is commercialization and market, and deep tech potentially also facing this technology valley of death, and that's due to really immature commercialization pathways. Long and extensive product validation cycles is also a challenge here, and sufficient support for translating research into viable market-ready products. That's some of the challenges our members there highlight. Infrastructure, regulation, That's another highlighted barrier that includes, because of this limited access to hardware infrastructure, limited access really to specialized test beds, demonstrators, the sandboxes and so on. That's what members are requesting, and also not having these, or you could call it, they have these infrastructure gaps for highly specialized manufacturing, alongside sometimes underdeveloped regulatory frameworks that can also be slowing this type of growth. Last one mentioned policy and regional factors. That's where challenges can sometimes arise because of a lack of stable state science and innovation policy focused on nurturing existing companies. And this is alongside also regional bureaucratic inertia and local industrial bases that sometimes also can be underdeveloped for this type of deep tech supply chain. At the same time, there's always two sides of the coin. So deep tech also represents a lot of opportunities to really address the global issues, coupled with also a growing government support. So we are seeing kind of both layers there in our network of observations, and also there we have the highlight in terms of opportunities, the impact and market potential. That's deep tech's the most significant opportunity. It lies really in this unique potential to resolve complex and structural critical problems affecting humanity, generating also this kind of massive long-term societal and environmental impact. So certainly something where we have a need. It's just quite complex in the process. Policy, strategy and investment is another opportunity that members then highlight at the same time as having it among the hurdles. That's where a targeted national strategy and policy support, it can create this kind of powerful financial and administrative incentive that accelerate development and secure the ecosystem's long-term future. So getting those right components in place that we can also help strengthen and navigate as we have these conversations together. Infrastructure, R&D base, is another one that is highlighted among opportunity. The existence of strong academic foundations, R&D centers, and government-funded platforms that can really lower this cost barrier for startups and foster innovation through the knowledge sharing. So having these different components and elements in place, let's not also forget the one on location and talent. That's where strategical geographical positioning and the ability then to exploit unique regional advantages also allow for the ecosystems to build a distinct global leadership or a niche in deep tech fields. And this, of course, makes me think of the competitiveness slide I shared just before, because I think the tech valleys of the world, the Science Park, the innovation districts, we precisely have those different layers and components to help our members navigate this type of landscapes and overcome some of the challenges, as well as helping them to connect the dots and build on the opportunities that this represent. And for that, we also asked just a few examples from the community to share with you what members were highlighting. These are just a few, a little selection. Some respondents, they are launching targeted programs that focus on academic research, commercialization, and providing shared world-class infrastructure. So they're bridging academia and commercialization. That is the upper three examples you see there. We have examples from Brazil. We also see the one from Estonia. They are launching a new deep tech program in 26 to scout really novel ideas from academia and then match that with business founders and technology. Other successful cases, they are linked more to the soft layers I mentioned of our communities, the importance of community, creating focused hubs for specialization and ecosystem development. We see there an example from Morocco that fosters AI, machine learning, and data-driven entrepreneurship, connecting the startups and the business community. Mentoring and prototyping is a key part of this program. There's also a highlight from Sweden, that's Linköping Science Park, hosting this cluster of advanced materials, and they also coordinate specific regional projects to demonstrate this kind of complete value chain for semiconductor production within the entire region. And that's where they also gain this more territorial influence as an innovation hub, you can say, moving even outside the walls of the science park and being influential kind of in the regional and citywide landscape. So this overall picture that you see here provided, it really shows how deep tech is firmly embedded as now a strategic priority for global innovation hubs, but that this success is heavily relying on long-term patient capital and also successfully bridging this gap between scientific talent and mature commercial ecosystems. So we somehow need to move towards robustness, or this type of robust ecosystem is needed that can seamlessly kind of help us transition research into commercially viable products through this more targeted infrastructure and also the mentorship that is highly necessary. So in closing, I think the different innovation spaces around the world, they are really the enablers of all these transformations. We are the locations where these transformations happen. And the key elements that we provide for this purpose is the talent, it's fostering talent, it's technology, and it is the connections. And to do that well, we need to continue supporting all our different companies, the companies that we host, and support also in rethinking the organization of their workforce, having also to look at the human-robot interaction and collaboration, and how to navigate also this ever-present debate that we hear on AI, and this urge that all our companies, they are just feeling to catch up with the fast-changing pace of innovation. We have recent reports, like one also from MIT, it's not always working out for them, and that's where this type of conversations that we are having here today, that's really crucial to continue learning together, to continue as the practitioners or the enabling environments helping the startups in the deep tech field. We can build then on those exchanges from the international landscape, from regional to national and international layers. And that's something we also should do with a global vision in mind, and thinking also of future generations to come. So I hope this have given you just some insights also from the global community, from the many peers that you have around the world, and can help to inspire this journey. Thank you very much.
All right, so before we start, our next session will be a panel discussion. We would like to remind you to register for the tours. We still have some room for registration, so if you would like to have some guidance regarding the registration, you can pass by to the reception, and they will help you out. We still have some room, and it's really a good tours that you will really enjoy. We'll pause for a few minutes until we prepare to sleep. So to give you a brief about the session that we will be having next, it's called Unlocking MNC Strategies for Growth in Local Innovation Business. Deep tech growth requires collaboration between academia and industry. This panel will discuss how multinational corporations build rules in local innovation district. I would like to welcome our moderator to the stage, Mr. Ahmed Nawab, DTV Growth and Impact Director, to the stage, and welcome to the stage as well. Welcome, Mr. I would like as well to invite Engineer Mohammed Abu Sharifa, CEO of Bahrain Dr. Ali Shahri, CEO of Wadi Makkah. Dr. Khalid Al-Dosri, Vice President of Energy Transition and Sustainability at Taha. And finally, Engineer Khalid Al-Sahdoun, Managing Director of DTC Baker Hughes. The floor is yours, gentlemen.
Assalamu alaikum. Allah khair jamia. So I think this is the first panel of the event. So I think the standards need to be high and hopefully maintain it. We have almost a full room. So if the second panel we lose people, it's on us. So let's keep the conversation I think flowing. This topic today is actually very interesting for me because I think one of the biggest challenges that I had when I first came to the science department is how do we integrate the multinational corporations or the corporates with the university and the science part where they're working in collaboration rather than working in silos. So I think the topic is very interesting to me. Hopefully it'll be interesting to you. We have some really distinguished guests that have been in this space for decades, I would say. They look young, but they're actually pretty old, I would say, some of them, give or take. So first of all, based on that, I'd like to start off with Mohammed Abu Sharifa, CEO of Manataq Valley. And really, I want to start with kind of the strategies. So we have a beautiful valley. We've got over 20 companies coming in. Obviously, there's an expansion that we also want to bring in more companies into the valley. So my question would be is how does DTV strategize to attract and integrate more MNCs into the valley, specifically in deep technologies?
So basically,
I can hear you. I'm not sure if everyone in the back can hear you. Yep.
okay. So basically, the strategy of DTV reform is mainly revolves around the integration between university. So the stakeholders play together to risk adoption and contribution to technology. Hopefully, yeah.
That's better.
So the strategy revolves around the integration between the three different stakeholders. That's the corporates, university, and the entrepreneurs to de-risk the development of technology and to enhance the adoption appetite for the technology itself. So mainly within the valley, we established an incentive program integrates between the university and the corporates within the valley. And this incentive program is mainly, let's say, to offset some of the R&D capital of the corporates by capitalizing on the infrastructure provided by the university that is just right next to the valley itself. In addition to this, is that we integrate the entrepreneurs that comes from the university or the ecosystem within the sectors that we're focusing on in order to de-risk the adoption of the technology. It's difficult to push technology through, and this is why we need some kind of a sandbox environment within the valley that allow for knowledge creators and entrepreneurs to test their technology in a safe environment to enhance basically the market demand or lower the market entry barrier for those startups. So it's mostly eliminating all of the governance elements between the three parties to push for more collaboration between the stakeholders.
Which is interesting also. What about, because I know a lot of these companies come in here are weekly startups. One of the things that they come in is probably for location and the market. We have a huge market when it comes into, so the largest companies go over different sectors in does the positioning of the market close to the R&D sector or the innovation industry help in them attracting them and bringing them in? Or is that something more of, you can't guarantee me some kind of offtake agreement, then does it help?
Usually we push for the technology naturally. Okay, so incentivizing an offtake of a specific technology does not help the ecosystem. So what we offer the entrepreneurs when they relocate to the valley is mostly support in developing their technology, support and venues in availing piloting, okay, to learn from those experiences in order to gain that market attraction. We know that the valley started around 15 years ago on the energy sector, and we consider that a strong suit of ours. However, there are adjacent sectors that we can serve, such as the mining, water, and the digital aspect, where we leverage the knowledge that we established for the energy sector in other domains. 20% of the energy is exported from this region, okay, and basically one of the largest companies is right next door with the whole ecosystem next to it. So we're trying to connect the entrepreneurs who are hosted or directly to those companies and corporates to support the energy sector and adjacent sectors.
Which was to the local companies also. So you guys don't brag about this enough, so I think Lucidia was a joint research project out of the university that was incubated, was funded by the Valley, it's a successful AI platform that we today use a lot in social media, I would say, well. So which brings me to the question is, how do you see local technology companies, such as Lucidia and others, for example, Valley or different valleys, how can they actually foster and position themselves to effectively partner and benefit with
I see the three areas here that the local deep technology companies can benefit from the MNCs in our innovation district. The first one is the capacity building for both parties, as well as the service agreements between those two parties, and also the local deep technologies companies can play a vital role for those MNCs as a local context guidance We see the MNCs and the local deep technologies not as competitors, but actually as a complement. Those local deep tech can be accelerating deep tech technology incubators for the technologies of those MNCs. They can fast deploy their technologies with the help of the local deep technology companies, as well as those local deep tech can provide a local expertise, local talents, fast access to those talents through those local deep tech. I think they can play a vital role for both parties. Those three areas can be beneficial for both parties, I see.
And the level of, let's say, collaboration between MNCs and the local startups, especially deep tech, do you see it as high, is it low, is it better?
I think it's going better. Nowadays, we have more innovation districts around the kingdom. Those innovation districts can be hubs for the talents. Those MNCs can see those districts as a hub to get the local talents, as well as the service agreements can be done and executed between the local deep tech and the MNCs. They can execute some of the projects for them in a fast way.
Which is now good, because we're going to move a little bit away from the science parks and innovation districts to the actual MNCs, the large corporations that reside in these science parks. I wanted to ask you really, what are the strategic kind of drivers for let's say, Tata to come up and set up shop in the valley, saying, instead of doing my R&D somewhere else, standardized, without having either competitors or university next to you or other companies, I'd rather be in the science park next to them to position myself. Especially with this point of view as well.
Good question, and I would like to start with appreciation to RDA and the value for having this invitation to be part of this panel and to conduct this event. So actually this is something that we always going to look forward to see more of those. And actually that answers part of the question is the ecosystem that actually we're trying to find to bring all the collaborations and partnership as we all saw from the previous sessions, from the beginning into the last session, all around ecosystem, talents, resources, sharing risk, sharing rewards. So all these elements that actually all the MNC and private sector in general, not even just even startups are looking for, and MNC gonna look for more for scalability. So all these elements actually making the de-risk elements are getting into more success of innovation and technology. And Tata have been established since 1950s and 60s, having joint ventures, looking into the technology and the technical support from international partners. Moving forward, that we anchored into this local and regional market in getting more of IP through our growth and M&A transactions with our companies that we acquired, having the MNC bringing all the technologies into the region, looking into some IPs and want to localize all these intellectual properties and knowledge and sharing these experiences going forward to satisfy the local and regional client issues to be solved.
So I think also part of the panel discussion about it here, we don't want to always kind of paint the whole picture that everything's perfect, this is what we're doing, so the product, the other product. I'm going to give you a little bit more of a challenging question. I think having your insights on this helps us as innovation managers and the audience here for Big Cube, you guys have been a long-standing partner over there. You guys have been integrating with the development for quite some time. When it comes into the development and the deployment of deep technology, what are the major challenges in this region compared to other centers globally?
Okay, thank you, Ahmed, and again, I also want to thank you for having me here in this event. Looking forward to learning more. I hear you on the challenge, but I can't make it just a negative answer. I'll start with that answer first. So, look, operating within an innovation district brings proximity to talent, to startups, and to academia. These are all important for co-creation and localization. That's part of the vision. Now, the challenge lands on balancing between local standards and local regulatory and supply chain. So, advantages. One, being in the proximity of an R&D ecosystem. Very advantageous to accelerate proof of concept. The talent and developing the talent to accelerate. Again, serving the vision of and also collaboration with the university. That helps us as MNCs break our own internal silos. Now, when it comes to challenges, from a global perspective, aligning global technology roadmaps to local requirements and market needs. IP ownership and the framework that goes with it. That, by far, is the most challenging thing we have and needs to be addressed from the get-go. Yeah, I would say those two. The other one would be market, or speed to market. Right? And you start outside of the norm, starting in an innovation center, away from, say, your headquarters. Quality needs to be at the forefront, not something from the get-go.
Thank you for bringing that up. I think it is true. One of the main challenges that, especially in R&D sectors, innovation districts, that are new technologies, the scientific-based technologies, we do have a procurement challenge, right? Bringing in material and storage but the good thing is that there is that discussion going on, I think, as kind of a policy strategy. There have been discussions with some of the science folks generally, and I think soon there will be some implementation of a pilot and how to go about it. So the good thing I would say is that it's addressing there's kind of a mechanism now of how to so maybe not a lot of people know you about this because you are a product development group, right? You developed solar car for the university, the challenge of Colombia, Australia, started having a product development, innovations, and then you did that also in Iraq for the last 7 years. So you actually know how to develop a product. Now the question is, how do MNCs, multinational corporations, dive into that to get the benefit of having these kind of structures, whether it's One Mahan, whether it's Lab 7, sustainable innovation, or any other project? How does that integration happen? There we go. So how does that integration happen? And how do you see kind of that touch point between the MNCs and these product developers?
So basically part of the integration between, let's say, the different layers of the economy, be it multinational companies, SMEs, and startups, is that the connection and understanding between the three different layers needs to be clear. Usually entrepreneurs dive straight to the development and the establishment of the solution without the engagement of the multinational companies, and this basically reduces adopting these kinds of technology. So that's the first thing, is engagement. Engagement with the market, engagement with the requirement. And this is not only a one-sided problem, because usually MNCs don't take the startups or the early stage companies to see a company or corporate and give them the solution at the beginning. Okay, they will tell you the great solution, we'll take it tomorrow. Once you reach the actual buck payment, they will start evaluating, highlighting some of the issues with the solution and identifying all of what could go wrong with this problem. And this problem is in relation and in connection with the rules and regulation, where all of the corporates that are active within the economy needs to have a local content of, let's say, locally developed solution that forces them to take those activities seriously at a very early stage within an ecosystem similar to ours. And of course, at the much mature ecosystem, all of those activity will be a natural execution of the economic activities. So that's the main issue between the corporates adopting startups and between the corporates, let's say, identifying their actual problems that are 5 years into the future, or 10 years. So those two issues are the main barriers to adopting products that are developed locally.
And I agree on that, and I like that, because there's a huge, spirit that's not or just give me a mic. Yeah, the mic. Turns out I'm the problem. I'm the moderator, and I'm actually the problem in the conversation. So I was going to say, I think that's a good point, because there is an initiative locally of Made in Saudi, which I think is a very good initiative we're proud of. But one thing that we're trying to push also is to have a similar initiative, but instead of having Made in Saudi, is innovated in Saudi. Because I think the real money and the value and the GDP impact is not just on the kind of the production and the manufacturing side, but it's actually the design kind of side and the thought side of it and innovating in Saudi. So that's part of probably what you also mentioned. Dr. Ali, so you're a graduate of NCI Blue Ocean Strategy Program. And my understanding is Blue Ocean Strategy is really about how do people work together rather than compete in the markets. And correct me if I'm wrong, you're the graduate of the program. But based on that theory and that thought, we have competing companies in valleys, right? That compete for the same market, that have similar products, and so forth. From what you learned, or from what theory you have in the program, how can they move from, let's say, the red ocean to the blue ocean and work together, specifically on new technologies that are breakthroughing either the local economy or even the global economy? Because new technologies are usually easier to collaborate, I would say.
The blue ocean, it's about tapping to a market that has no many competitors, and depending on your competitive advantage. Wadi Mecca is 13 years old, and our competitive advantage is Hajj and Umrah. And Alhamdulillah, in Saudi Vision 2030, we have many blue oceans markets. I can see just in general identification, Hajj and Umrah is one manufacturing and mining. Tourism is another. So I'll just tap into the Hajj and Umrah. Our Saudi vision 2030 is to have 30 million Umrah performers, as well as 5 million Hajj performers by 2030. The expenditure of the Hajj performer is around $5,000 US. The Umrah performer is around 1,200. So if you count this, it's around 30 billion annual market in the Hajj and Umrah industry. And if you see the most four sectors that Hajj and Umrah performers spent on: mobility, housing, food, and souvenir and gifts. Inside each sector of those fours, there are many blue oceans. If we just tap into the mobility, the area of Arafat is around 33 kilometers square. Mina around 13 kilometers square. Muzdalifah between 9 and 10 square kilometers. And the area around the Haram is around 6 kilometers square. This is the central area of Haram. The annual Hajj performers around between 3 and 3.5 million. They move between those four areas. The distance between those areas range between 7 to 20 kilometers. And can you imagine the challenges in the mobility, in the cloud management, there are opportunities there for the deep tech companies to tap into this market. And I think in each area around the kingdom there is a blue ocean industry, so we can benefit from. In that, I see the local deep tech and the MNCs can collaborate to solve those challenges in those blue ocean markets around the kingdom.
Okay. Again, we'll move a little bit now to the corporate side. It's good to have the insights from the emission districts and also from the corporates. Khalid Al-Dosari, if you can tell me a little bit about, for you in Taqa and having a DTP, what are the 6 X factors that you have indicated for yourself, whether to work with startups, with the university, that signifies your presence here, that signifies to the board the importance of having the center here in Lahore? What are those key 6 X factors that you hope to achieve within the next couple of years?
That's a good question for innovation and technology. It's always need to bring the technology or the solution that properly fit right? So,
and quickly sometimes, huh? They want it tomorrow.
Exactly.
And you need 3 years or 5 years to know.
Speed to market or scalability. The size and scalability is always going to be another next. So you have the technical part and you have the financial. Financial is how much, because eventually you need to invest in multiple projects. Program that we all know, maybe 10%, 20%, whatever that company or organization set for the targets to succeed. And eventually you need to kill some because you cannot support the whole. So there's always the metric around, or the success measures around the technical part. How much of that you solve based on the market problem or humanity problem, whatever that sector that you're trying to solve or impact. And there's always going to be the financial part. And between that is going to be the speed
contribute to that event.
And I think if I can elaborate to the question that previously is, where we can compete on areas that actually, where we can work with areas that we compete in. Even we might have some competition in different projects and solutions, but I think one innovation technology that we're targeting here is that deep tech and energy tech and all those that is actually between medium to long-term visibility. So these investment that we need to do is going to be around that one, and then eventually it's going to be branches between products and solutions and software and tech. So I think the mid-range of TRL is something that we need to collaborate and partner and do all that. But usually, our aim with TRL is something everybody needs to really try to reduce and try to solve it in different sector clients or partners. So that could be another success is how much of that collaboration partnership that we do between academia, partners, government, and between the technology partners and the clients to try to solve problems. More collaboration partnership is another success that we can solve every problem, even in our market. So more of that partnership collaboration is another success.
So even I think the mid-TRL, is that a place where you collaborate a lot with other entities outside of BAPA? Or is there a lot of that happening just within BAPA for whatever company reasons that there might be?
Hoping to do more of these mid-range TRL because we are problems we are to solve within our sector. And you see the curve, we are in the market side, so we hope that we will solution that we want to customize our product. And we just get to wait for the initial travel to discuss that can be too long, too much, or maybe something that usually is not solving all the problem. So we have to step in somewhere in the middle so at least we can bridge that gap. I think was alluded to those problems or these points earlier. So we are welcoming partnership and collaborations around that mid-range, and because academia universities actually by model they are focusing on the initial TRL, and we are trying to focus on the advanced TRL. And somebody need to step in the middle, trying to solve it and bridge that gap. And I believe that RDA is positioned in that area very well in trying to work around the whole cycle of TRL. So that's something that we are hoping to get out of it more and more.
Khoy Khalid Sadoun, you also have a career that really kind of evolved in product development from concept to market in the oil field and the oil services. So I have a specific question for you. What are the mechanism or support structures in an innovation district, so in a valley, that are crucial for companies like Baker Hughes to bring complex deep tech innovations from lab to piloting stage into actual application?
I think Ms. Eva put it very nicely. Access to infrastructure, streamlined IT framework, also a strong government-backed incentive. I think all these together help or are key in going from the lab into industrial scale. So similar to what we have in Japan, we can be open door policy, open lab policy within universities. That helps a lot. Regulatory sandbox where we can actually test innovations safely. And as well as the talent development in collaboration with the universities. All these help. From a support structure, private and public funding to help de-risk these solutions. Also a digital platform that will communicate between MNCs and universities and startups. And again, the main point, IP commercialization. That needs to be very well addressed to protect the
based on the specialized infrastructure, now I'll go through the whole thing again, and I do want to give 5 minutes for the audience to ask questions if there's any questions. Abu Ahmed, على طول بنعطيه الحين المايك. I just have one quick comment, and then we'll pass it for the questions. You talked about specialized infrastructure, and I think that's a very important point. One of the things that we're looking at in the Silicon Valley is what are our magnets to bring corporates, entrepreneurs, investments and funds. And one of them is having specialized infrastructure that can do the testing and pilot. And I think instead of having one organization or one company investing in a cracker and putting in $100 million, then this model has happened globally, where you have one company or two companies pitching in 50% of the funds, and then you have a public fund paying some of it, and then a commercial entity paying some of it. And what happens is that testing facility now gets shared in the community, where they have certain hours they can do. It minimizes the capital expenditure that comes in, and it also gives accessibility to a lot of people to deploy some of the technologies that are not going to be able to deploy it in the actual field, because any companies in the oil and gas are not going to make you try a catalyst out just to see if your technology works. But if you have the infrastructure to do that, I think that adds a lot of value. Hopefully we can work on something like that. Abu Ahmed, تفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you for speakers for very enriching, enlightening, and senior retired advisor to Saudi Aramco and ex-Ministry Investment Advisor and currently developing consulting in the private sector. Back to the topic of this great panel. Every year, the European Union will publish a report, which I've been tracking for many long years, and will be one publishing next month. It's about the R&D investments by the top 2,000 multinational corporations around the world. A very highly reliable report that's been used by the entire academic as well as organizations that are focusing on R&D and innovation. $1.5 trillion were invested last year from these companies. There is a big Excel worksheet, very well defined, and there is a 200-page report that explains exactly how much were invested by these companies, including our great company Saudi Aramco as well. So from these investments, you find that many of these businesses actually, they have a huge business presence here in the kingdom and the Gulf region. But the percentage of their investments in the kingdom doesn't match up to the investments they are putting elsewhere around the world, whether it's Turkey or India and what have you. And I've been wondering, and I've been highlighting this for many long years, over the importance of catalyzing and working with these companies to present a case for them to invest in the kingdom. I know there is a huge effort that's been currently is undergoing by my former colleagues at the Ministry of Investment with REDIA, the RHQ program, to work with these multinational companies through the regional offices that they have here in the kingdom, which are around 680 something. But I think we need to do more strategic engagement. How this can be done, how can we encourage these companies to put more investments in R&D here? I would like to hear the panelists' views about this particular challenge. Thank you very much.
So if you allow me to. So basically, always investment goes where the talent are. Okay, and what drives the investment naturally is the talent. And I think in the past few years there has been a lot of activity across the kingdom to attract talent. Especially if you look at KFPM, basically we managed to attract some of the let's say elite knowledge creators, researchers globally to join KFPM, and even some of them are sponsored by RDI as chair professors to join the university. And basically, if you analyze the let's say, the attraction mechanism for those corporate companies. People, for example, in the past month I was in China, they asked me about a professor that joined the university who was a Chinese, and how did you attract him? And basically, corporates from China, they want to do collaboration with the university because of the talent. And so, it's a simple equation. Attract the talent, maintain them within the ecosystem, the money will come, and the investment will come. Before, it was, let's say, it was an inorganic enforcement of bringing some of the R&D activity to the region without having the brains who would multiply those investments. Okay, so I think across the kingdom, our focus should be in attracting global talent and also nurturing and growing talent that are worthy of investment from those multinational companies.
So, Dr. Ali, that's a very good point. I'm going to be completely honest now. If we go head to head with centers that have been established for 60, 70, 80 years, it's a big challenge. It's a huge challenge, right? Now, how to fix this, how to get at the same level they are, the infrastructure that will allow me not to invest millions of dollars to duplicate another center that I have, the testing facility, is a big plus. But also the model that you run in the center. So in Baker Hughes Center over here, even though I have probably about 5, 6 projects going on, but I govern all technologies coming to center. And I have a saying as a center leader, and my team is also involved in those projects. But you might look at it from a dollar value, okay, for Saudi, they're taking a small value, but in reality, our involvement is not only on this center here, but overseeing all the other centers and the technologies coming to Saudi. I think the combination of both will help put us in good place.
To add something. I just wanted to say that open access to the IPs in the research centers is one of the challenges, I think. The legality issue of the licensing the IPs is also an issue. I think Doctor will mention their initiative in RDIA, so I leave that to me, please.
حياك الله. Just تعقيبا على كلام زمنا, following up on the feedback, definitely talent is one. Having the right infrastructure in terms of talent, technologies, frameworks, all of that. But also, now from a regulatory point of view, we're adding a second layer of incentives for these MNCs in terms of the local content. So, and the larger the deals of these MNCs in the kingdom, the more economic contributions they have to bring. Now, we just started having innovation and research and development by MNCs in the kingdom as one of the economic contribution categories. And it has the highest scales in terms of multiplier. So if you spend $1 in terms of economic contribution and R&D in Saudi, it is actually equalizing 3x any other economic contribution that you can do otherwise. So that would lead MNCs to go and invest in R&D further as an incentive program for MNCs. But again, although this is happening, we need as well to make sure that the whole triangle of infrastructure and talent and modeling is all in place for this to occur. But how I see it happening right now, currently, all of these components are moving in the right direction. Okay.
طيب يعطيكم العافية. One of the things.
One more question, please. Allow me.
حياك الله.
My name is Faisal Sumbul,
Innovation Manager at SIPCA. My question is, first of all, thank you for the panel, very great discussion. To Engineer Mohammed Bashiri. What can the MNCs, such as SIPCA and other Baker Hughes, can do to create value with innovation district instead of being tenants, being forced to invest in local content? So from your experience, where do MNCs come in play to make sure they can create value? And we speak the same language instead of just having investing money and without any direction. That is my question. Thank you.
I think I will talk specifically about DTV. Okay, basically, if you are a technology developer or a knowledge creator and you want to deploy your technology and create that market attraction, I always tell the entrepreneurs to go after the operation companies, the service companies, not the off-takers. A lot of when we do, let's say, startup therapy within the valley, usually they come here aiming directly to deal with Aramco. Okay, and they don't. And usually for startups, your customer is not the end user. Your customer is the middle company between the end user and the knowledge creator. So activating the collaboration with the university, with the entrepreneurs in terms of technology development or piloting is the main role of an ecosystem similar to the Haunted Valley. So taking knowledge from the labs to the market by availing only pilots, let's say, because pilots create traction and create validity to the technology itself, and it will lower the barrier for entry to the entrepreneurs and startups, and this will support the ecosystem. The strength, let's say, and it is cascaded from the tier 1 companies to the support and to the small enterprises. Usually your strength as a company, be it an MNC, is defined by the strength of your ecosystem around you. So similar to Aramco, the strength of an oil and gas company is by its supply chain. And the strength of the MNC within the region is by the small and medium enterprises who provide most of the retail services or technologies that are offered to them in order to serve the sector. So integrating with the R&D activities within the university and supporting the entrepreneurs and doing pilots within your operations. Those are the two main activities that it's a clear goal for DTV.
طيب يعطيكم العافية. يقول لك الوقت في السيف إنه تقطعه قطعك وقطعني تقطيعنا الحين. فأنا already 6 minutes late وأنا براء. يعطيكم العافية. Thank you, gentlemen, all for coming in, start enriching the conversation, and hopefully we can continue this during the networking events. Thank you all for attending, and listening, and participating in it. And I'll leave it now to Barak for the next session.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for sharing the great insights and experiences. Before we move to the next fireside chat, we would like to call our participants who will be participating in the think tank to follow Haya. She will guide you directly to the session location. One more thing to highlight before we call our guest for the fireside chat. So we still have some room for registration for the tours. Baker Hughes got full, and most probably maybe we had Mr. Khalid Sadoun there, so he helped to encourage people to register. So We still have some room in Sitkim and Halliburton, so please feel free to register. It's a memorable experience that we are sure that you will enjoy. So next we have a lively fireside chat, exploring the role of venture capital in deep tech growth. The core of this conversation today is to explore and perhaps even debate how venture capital, especially from regional investment standpoint and the vital work of international technopark and public support strategies can best collaborate or diverge to propel the technologies from lab to market. To guide us through this critical conversation, we have two distinguished leaders with us today. First, I would like to welcome Mr. Ezequiel Mosquita. On the stage, Mr. Ezequiel is the CEO of Buenos Aires Innovation Park with 20 years of experience in public and private sector advising innovation and entrepreneurship in Latin America. Mr. Mosquita, please welcome to the stage. Maybe someone can take it. Someone can help you to take it. Sure. All right, and next, let's welcome Mr. Luca Barbi, the General Partner and Chief Operation Officer at STD, a leading MENA Tech VC fund with extensive experience in deep tech investment and strategic growth.
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours, gentlemen.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I have a present for you. My country is very famous.
Can I open?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Can you show the audience? What is this? It's a mate. Mate is very famous tradition in my country. Do you know Argentina? Yeah, I remember perfect the last match with Saudi Arabia in the tournament, and we lost this match. I remember perfect.
Take us serious. That's the whole thing.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe we can start by introducing ourselves. So, as mentioned, my name is Luca Barbi. I'm a general partner and CEO of STV. STV is a Saudi venture capital. We have been launched in 2018. Today we have $1.5 billion of asset under management. We invest over the last 8 years on around 40 companies. All these companies been based and operated in the GCC, most of them in Saudi Arabia. So we have been lucky to witness a tremendous success of the ecosystem that has been growing exponentially. And we have the backer of the like of Karim, Sella, Flower, Calo, Tabby. Some of these brands may be known to some of you.
I am Ezequiel Mosquita. I am CEO of the Innovation Park of Buenos Aires City. In here we have 56 startups. We have an alliance with the International Association Science Park, with this district and the CAXT, the other district in Saudi Arabia. I study an MBA and put focus in the science. With the scientific is the way of the Innovation Park of Buenos Aires City, because we have 41 universities, and in the Innovation Park we have 4 universities.
Amazing. Maybe we can start, Ezequiel, some of the learning that you have done in deep tech in Argentina. What is applicable to Saudi Arabia, and what are the critical points to keep in mind to move from research to deep tech to successful ventures?
Yes, Argentina, we are a survivor. We have a resilience, but the very important is the structure. In the Innovation Park, we have the structure and the policies to invest the government at 16 HEC with 4 universities and companies, institutional research, and startups. This is the best way. This is the best way to a model to the success. And the risk is shared with the venture capital.
And one point was discussed in the previous panel: how do you facilitate the linkage between ventures and the large corporates, or middle corporate that are serving the large corporate, right? In order to have the venture to scale and to have like commercial viability.
Yes, this combination is called open innovation with the companies. The companies living the innovation park and make deals with the startup, with the hackathon, meetup, meet-days, and this is a big challenge for us. And the best players in this story is this 800,000 students of the city of Buenos Aires. This is the talent. And connect with Saudi Arabia with the open innovation. Every month we have a different open innovation to different companies of Saudi Arabia in deep tech and health tech. What about you? What about your journey?
Yeah, I would like to step back because most of the company we have invested in are digital companies, so I will not define deep tech company. However, we have some exceptions. We invested in Telematics. The founders are from Saudi Arabia, but they spend a lot of time in MIT, where they develop a specific application on AI, and now they're bringing deep tech AI to Saudi Arabia. But I think everything originates from a lot of frameworks to facilitate collaboration, to switch from research to ventures, but most important, I think it's a mindset that is doable. And I think this vision is becoming more inspiring to think big. So anybody knows how many unicorns do we have today in GCC countries? So companies that are worth more than 1 billion and they were born in the last 5 years as a startup. So the number of unicorns we have today, it's 14, and 9 of those are in Saudi Arabia. They are Saudi Arabian company. So 14 unicorns means value creation of around $35 billion. And this $35 billion have been created in the last 5 years. Now, one other piece of the information related to the unicorns is half of those 14 have been established in the last 2 years only. So there is an exponential growth of what's going on in ability to scale technology companies. And this is inspiring entrepreneurs. I remember when we started investing in 2018, our first investment was in Karim. At the time, the question was, can the Middle East invest in technology at all in a successful way? There were no success case. Karim has been the first success case. A couple of months ago, we invested in another company with our AI fund. We launched a $100 million AI fund recently. And one of the 3 co-founders of this AI company was a former Karim employee. So another things that you can touch by direct experience is like the flywheel effect of the ecosystem, right? You start with a big success case. This big success case become visible to investors, to entrepreneurs. You develop some knowledge, and this knowledge creates the flywheel effect and scale and create other enterprise.
And what do you work the patient? What is your way? What is your time to be patient? What is your
It takes time, but of course in digital the timeline is probably shorter than deep tech. It takes like 5 years, 6 years to move from 0 to 1 billion company. But now I think we have the density of investors, like STV is one, there are others. We have the density of entrepreneurs, and we have the success case that put the Middle East in the map of global talents and global investors. So this was the first, I think the first step is always the most challenging, right? At 0 to 1, what is called for the entrepreneurs is also true for the ecosystem, moving from zero entrepreneurship, zero unicorn, zero venture capital, to the place where we are today with $4 billion invested yearly in GCC company, 14 unicorns, 4 of which are listed, and a pipeline of companies that are approaching the unicorn status. Was the most difficult step in my view.
Yes. I believe that the conditions is a very important point. In my city, in Argentina, we have 12 unicorns in Argentina. Do you ask me why? In the Innovation Park created conditions. Because we have a living lab here. We have a lot of sandbox. The most important, the relationship with the venture capital and entrepreneurships and the Innovation Park is the trust. The trust is the way to connect ideas, to connect investment, and to connect a place to tasting. Because you know we have a lab in here. Every day, I can see a startup Sphere Bio to work every day to vaccine to cancer, or another startup has taken microorganisms in the Antarctica, in the south of my country, and has taken these microorganisms, and this combinate will grow in the desert. This is a big solution.
And how many of the entrepreneurs you have in your ecosystem are from Argentina, and how many are coming from outside of Argentina?
Everyone, because my country doesn't have the conditions, and all the companies in my country to emigrate to the other countries. The solutions and the patents, this is the big important. And Saudi Arabia has a big opportunity because investment in all companies to help the big tech and throw the knowledge for this country every time. For me, Argentina is an honor because this is possible. Because we have in my city, we have 41 universities, 1 million students, and the best investment in the last conversation, Mohamed told me, the best investment is the student, is the capability to scale, and in here we have a very big important decision to investment in talent, in research, institute of research, or on you. venture capital?
My perception is in Saudi Arabia, we are lucky because we can rely on local talents. We can rely on Saudi talents that have been growing abroad, especially in US, and that repatriate. This was the case of Intermatics. As I mentioned before, we invested in Intermatics in 2021. The founding team is from Saudi, but most of them were researchers at MIT, and they came back with the Vision 2030 to contribute, and they start first advising, and then they decided to incorporate Intermatics and to do venture. But also, if I just look in the last 3 weeks, I had at least 3 conversations with scientists that were from other countries, and now they've been living in the Middle East, and they are trying to do entrepreneurship in Saudi. One was a director of a company listed in Nasdaq, a biotech company, and is now having a dialogue with the Saudi Research Center and Saudi Authority to establish a biotech company in Saudi Arabia. And I asked why you are doing that, right? You are based in UK, biotech is much bigger sector, you are coming from listed companies, why are you coming here?
And what is your vision of Saudi Arabia and the situation?
Exactly. So we are. What is what I was mentioning before? We are on the map. We are on the map of talents, thanks to the success case that we have been doing and a good program that we are doing at government level. And in a world that is becoming, where the risk in other geographies, especially in Europe, it's becoming more tangible. People are looking for new avenues. And we have this opportunity to become, attract talents. I really agree with what was discussed before. Talents is the key ingredients. And I see now we have this ability to attract talents. They are looking for an environment where think big is allowed, regulation is flexible, favorable, and the regulator is listening to the entrepreneurs. So this entrepreneur for biotech say, I have regulation there that will make my life easier. Another thing you mentioned, I can use AI models, because biotech is really rely on AI models from China that are as good as the US one and more affordable. And I cannot do it in UK or in US, so this is also why I'm here. So I think we are aware of the opportunity we have, and I think we are pulling all the levers like regulation, being a geography that is perceived as neutral, and able to source talent and capital from the East and from the West. How Saudi Arabia is perceived from Argentina? Are we on the map of Argentinian students, researchers, and capital?
First of all, for Messi, in the sector, in the last year, the prince has been in Argentina, and Argentina has a very long story in energy, atomic energy. Do you know in Latin America is the best country of to scientists. We have Antarctica. Antarctica so we share with other countries, China, USA, UK. You know, we have an Iceland in a long time. And to every year, to long time, 100 years, to investigate the farm and the other conditions. Argentina every time is in the first level to the scientists and biotech. And the second way, USA. In Silicon Valley, Tim Draper made an investment for 5 startups in the Innovation Park of Buenos Aires. And we had a conversation with Mohamed and Eva Laund in the International Association site in China in the last month. Do you know Tuxpan City is another innovation park like this? Will make an investment $5 million to accelerate the startups innovation park to throw the knowledge from the East. In the last conversation with the cast, in the last week, we have taken 3 startups to Saudi Arabia to investment in other in technology and AI. For me, this is a honor. This is my challenge.
So you are confirming that Saudi Arabia, even from far from Argentina, is visible and entrepreneurs are joining. So that's reassuring and confirming also the perception I shared before. When it comes to capital, so as I mentioned before, most of our capital went to digital company. And when we start investing as a venture capital industry in general, not just STV, there were a lot of white spaces to fill up in the region. And we did a copy-paste of most of the successful models elsewhere. So we have our own buy now, pay later. We have our own Airbnb that is gathered.
Yeah.
We have our own Shopify that is a seller. So all these white spaces now have been filled up, right? There are a few vertical, of course, that still remain an opportunity, and we will keep investing in digital. But I think the industry, the VC industry, is moving to more thematic investments thesis. Now it's the time of AI, so we also launched our AI fund. But deep tech is becoming more and more relevant in the list of venture capital investors' strategies. And deep tech is becoming disruptive in a number of sectors that we see, from drones, energy, biotech, quantum computing, robotics, new materials. And so I think it's a natural evolution that the industry has, like the more established digital technology have been exploited, right? The venture capital will focus more on deep tech with a strong IP that can, and this IP will allow regional startups not just to operate in the region as has been for digital startups, but to go global. We see this one already with the AI company. We invested in our first 2 AI company. One of the 2, as I mentioned before, one of the founders is a former Karim. The name of the company is Clarity. And after 6 months from being established, they have a few $millions, and they are a global company. They have customers in US, Europe, and the Middle East. And one of their customers is OpenAI itself. So I think, what we will see in the next 5 years, so far we have seen copy-paste of existing models from the region, for the region.
You don't copy-paste.
We adapt.
Your venture capital has 4 unicorns. How did you have this? How did you do this?
We don't copy-paste.
Yes, with your
we
team.
want to be humble, right? Of course, there is a lot of adaptation, innovation, but the business model is known. When Gather come to STV and say, please invest, what's your business idea? We want to do the Airbnb of the Middle East. So it was clear, just in 3 seconds you explain yourself. I can imagine when the Airbnb founders went to explain what they want to do in US, probably the investors say, are you crazy renting my own apartment in a website? So it was not innovation, right? It was adaptation of proven business model. And why we have these unicorns in a region that is relatively small? We are talking about probably 80 million people overall in the GCC, right? Because we have a fundamental driver, especially for the B2C, that is the demographic. We have young people with spending power and tech savvy. So we see the penetration of tech here compared to Europe, it's like 3x. But again, this model now have been done, and I think the next phase is going to be more AI, deep tech, and the like, and it's going to be from the region, not only for the region, but for the global market. That's what I would expect to happen in the next 5 years, in the next vintage.
I agree with you. For me, the global market this is the way. The innovation bridge too, and this region, Saudi Arabia has a big opportunity to 2030 I will wait 2030. Yeah, because in the scientists in the Saudi Arabia has a very big challenge to the society in the world.
Very good. I think we're running out of time. I don't know if there are any questions from the audience. Happy to answer. We have one question there.
Hello, everyone. I would like to welcome you to Saudi Arabia first. My name is Dahan. I'm from the Innovation Lab at the General Authority of Statistics. It's a new department. From your experience, I would like you to help me with an issue we are having, if you faced it before. How to make private sector cooperate with us as a governmental sector without any money involved, without any, I mean, we can give them benefits, but not financial benefits. Is there a solution or a work-through for that? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, we work every day with the same problem. No financials. No financial for startups. But we have the opportunity, we have a lab, and every day in my garden, I can see an autonomous bus without driver. We have a big opportunity, a structure, because it's an investment of government to this place. But the entrepreneurs are alone. This is the reality. This is a fact. And for me, the networking to relationship this is a good advice. I prefer the best mentor to a bad investment. And it's very important the networking, because the startups will find mentors or programs to incubate to make they will make the big deal for the next step. This is my conception, this is my vision, and this is my challenge every day.
So you say we should give them benefits, but not financial benefits?
No financial benefits.
Okay. What type of benefits? I'm talking from my sector, which is statistics. We produce official statistics. So is there anything we can give the private sector that they consider as benefits?
Yeah, it's a very specific question. I don't have an answer, but yeah, I will say share the insight of your statistics, access to data, and also create the branding for what you are doing. We heard before the report that is done at global level on research becoming like a reference for the industry. So I guess, yes, sharing the insight, access to data, and a branding report that people are proud to be part of, and the society see the value of that. Yeah, I guess this needs to be confidential data. I don't know which type of data you're looking to gather, but data is a source of value for technology. But I guess this is more statistical data, right? So
it's all type of data. Social, economic, and geospatial.
Look, all the AI startups are starving for data. If you can somehow create anonymized data that can become like available in the right form or with the right filters to whoever is contributing to generate your data, that could be valuable for sure.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I'm sorry if my question was too specific. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for asking. Do we have another question? Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Imran Al-Hajan. I'm the founder and CEO of the Golden Ratio Holding Institute. We're a private company to accelerate knowledge-based economy, and I have a question to both of you. Thanks for the amazing insights on definitely building trust, because I believe we move at the speed of trust. And so what is the best way to truly build trust across this stakeholders and ecosystem from private, governmental investors as well as startups and early innovators? What's the best methodology to build trust that work?
Yeah, if you talk to investors like venture capitalists, they need to invest and in 5-6 years they invest successfully, right? A good start is having a proof of concept. So you go to them not with an idea, but eventually with a proof of concept, a prototype that works, and you associate to the problem you're solving. It's typically a technical problem. What the business you can create out of it, right? So that's the step with the investors. Of course, in order to have the proof of concept, you need to have trust probably from a partner in the industry that allow you to experiment, to leverage information from your customers, or to leverage whatever, depending on the technology you're developing. That's the part that is probably more challenging, and where probably I'm not the good person to share insights.
Yes, this is a big orchestra, because for our innovation part is very easy. Why? Because we have 4 universities in your machine. In here, 4 universities, 62 companies, big companies, different sectors, and we have 56 startups incubate with mentors, and the innovation part boosts to innovation and to acceleration. And we have the strongest alliance with the accelerations and venture capital. And all venture capitals and all people in the world, when arrive in Argentina, will visit me. And the other point, do you know Vitalik? Do you know Vitalik, the president of Ethereum? Do you know? The president of Ethereum, tomorrow, he will be in my innovation park. But my shop is don't have a meeting with the president of Ethereum. My shop is stay here with the connect, the networking, and for me it's a big opportunity. Luca, this is my job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luca and Yasquil, for your great insights. And please, guys, feel free to network with Luca and Yasquil. I mean, I was telling them that feel free to network with you guys and learn more about the initiatives and the programs. We were thrilled to have you on stage. So now we will prepare for the final session of fireside, panel discussion before lunch. So while we prepare the stage, examines how policy, research and investment commitment shape deep tech ecosystems. We would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Mohammed Al-Shahri, Innovation Support and Technology Transfer Director at RDI, to invite his guests.
Okay.
Good morning and good afternoon now, everyone, and welcome to what promises to be a very insightful panel discussion. I am Mohammed Al-Shahri, Director of Innovation Support and Technology Transfer at RDI Authority. I'm pleasure to be your moderator today. Our session today is titled Strategic Commitment and the evolution of the tech ecosystem, an era defined by fast technological advancement, the growth of deep tech, inclusive from artificial intelligence to quantum computing and biotechnologies. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from key representatives. They represent entities that is crucial in shaping Saudi Arabia's innovation landscape, and their strategy are important to transform our inspiration into reality. Allow me to introduce our panelists. First, we have Dr. Mohammed Al-Dughaim. Dr. Al-Dughaim is the General Manager of Innovation at the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. With a strong foundation in biotechnology, Dr. Al-Dughaim brings a unique perspective, blending deep research expertise with a strategic leadership in industrial innovation, including previous roles in healthcare and focusing on AI and digital transformation program. Next, joining us is Dr. Ahmed Al-Fifi. Dr. Al-Fifi is a senior expert at the National Semiconductor Hub within RDI Authority. He is instrumental in advancing the Kingdom semiconductor design ecosystem, drawing his expertise in talent development and EDA infrastructure. His works is critical to building the foundational technology that underpin much of the deep tech technology we will discuss today. Then we have Mr. Abdulaziz Sredi as the Secretary of the National Technology Cluster Committee and the Director at NIDLIP. Mr. Abdulaziz plays an essential role in shaping the national technology strategy and driving the fourth industrial revolution initiatives aligned with the Saudi Vision 2030. His extensive background includes instrumental work in digital transformation at the Saudi Aramco and establishing innovation labs at Mobile, with notable contribution in the digital twins and AI-powered solution. And finally, we welcome on stage Ms. Rawan Farwan. Ms. Rawan is an active investor focusing on venture capital at Wa'ad Venture, with previous experience at Goldman Sachs and as an investor at Oxford Science Enterprise. She specialized in transforming groundbreaking academic research into a viable commercial venture. Please join us in warm welcome to our panelists. Dr. Mohammed, as a GM of innovation at the ministry, how is the ministry advancing deep tech and bridging the gap between scientific research and industrial application across Saudi Arabia's key sectors?
Very good afternoon for all of you. I am so pleased and honored to be involved with you today to discuss a very important topic, which is deep tech and innovation. So basically, if we look at the history of innovation, we can see that innovation is not a new term for all of us. It has been there since our existence as humans. And if you look at the development history of innovation, you will notice very clearly that it has always been associated with the level of complexity of challenges that humans encounter. This is starting by the human discovery of fire to survive, going through the agricultural revolution, also going through the industrial revolutions, coming to the deep tech, Internet of Things, etc. So if we look at it closely, it's about humans always pushed to think out of the box to address whatever challenges that they are experiencing. As you all know, that deep tech will require a lot of time, a lot of investment, will require more risk. But the good thing, it always comes with a greater impact and more revenue as well. And this will bring us to something that is called innovation of dilemma. The innovation of dilemma is what confuses the organizations the most. They don't know whether they focus on whatever they have and adopt the mindset of incremental innovation, so they can make some small changes on whatever they have, or whether they consider or go for the unknown, which is quite risky. But the good thing about this, it's just to have you exploring the deep tech that will bring you a bigger impact. So at MIM, we adopt this mindset. It is very important always to try and find the right balance between both. Looking into what you have in hand while you are exploring the disruptive innovation and deep tech. There have been a lot of initiatives launched and designed at MIM level. This includes having some accelerators and incubators like NMO, NITRI, establishment of the Advanced Manufacturing Center as well. Coming to the recently launched program, which is the innovation program led by our administration. And this program was designed to address and fill the gap between academia, where the knowledge is generated, and between the industry as well. Basically, the concept of this program is to have, on one hand, innovators and researchers with their novel ideas. On the other hand, we have the service providers or enablers or collaborators. So far, at MIM, we signed more than 35 agreements with different service providers, including universities, accelerators, incubators, funding agencies, legal firms, etc. Our role at MIM is to ensure that we connect the right idea with the right service provider, and then closely monitor them to see the progress, to ensure that it will go, inshallah, very far. This year we have received more than 62 novel ideas. It has gone through multiple filtration process, 16 of which gone into the next stage. And what we have done, we have invited the 16 novel ideas with the owner of the ideas to present their ideas to the 30 service providers. And the result and the outcome of this workshop, that there was 10 contracts signed between different innovators and also the service providers. Our role at MIM also is to closely monitor the progress, as I said earlier, to ensure that these ideas will go to the market and inshallah will see the light. It's not only about this, we are establishing also at MIM a centralized technology transfer office to coordinate efforts with our colleagues at the academia to ensure that we support potential patents and make sure that we can take them into the market. Our goal at MIM is quite simple. We need to ensure that we support innovators from all across disciplines, across the kingdom, and also to ensure that strong scientific ideas don't die in the lab.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. The great highlights and the contribution of the Ministry and Innovation. Now we'll go to Mr. Abdulaziz. Your role involves shaping the national technology strategies and driving the technology cluster initiatives. How does NADLIB currently the current strategy of NADLIB translate into tangible program or framework that is not only to encourage but actively facilitate the commercializations and scaling of deep tech innovation across diverse industrial sectors in Saudi Arabia?
Shukran Mohammed. Assalamu alaikum everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. Before I try to answer that question, I'd like to highlight a couple of things related to Vision 2030, which is directly linked with the programs such as NIDLIB, one of Vision 2030 programs, and how that made the shift, and then how the strategy is also involved in the various technology or innovation districts. So before Vision 2030, looking at deep tech innovation overall, there are two main forces that were mentioned throughout our sessions and our discussions that really drive deep tech and innovation in general. The first one is about skilled talent, and the second one is about demand. Now, before Vision 2030, historically, the presence of the skilled talent and the presence of the demand was not as strong as today, and it was not as strong enough to have the impact we're looking for, specifically from regions or geographical locations where we can have technology and innovation in one place. However, the kingdom laid very strong foundation, even from the 1970s, by the creation of King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology, in addition to the different technology or innovation valleys with different universities, create best-in-class infrastructure foundation for next generations, and to also enable government-related R&D, specifically in some vital, let's say, government sectors, specifically if we want to talk about the internet at that time, the Arabic language when it comes to programming and all that. But today, with Vision 2030, there are two fundamental things that have changed. The first one is the purpose, and the second one is the velocity that we see in the transition in our economy, moving from through the phases of economic development, from resource-based all the way to be a leader in manufacturing and becomes a global hub. So today, the Vision 2030, if we look at the number of technology districts that are born just after the inauguration of the vision and plan to be born, they are 3 times or 4 times the amount that were born before Vision 2030. So we're looking at, today we're talking about 15, 16. In a couple of years we will see that numbers increasing quickly. The second part is, now deep tech is driven by 2 forces. The first one is there's a lot of demand coming with Vision 2030. The demand comes from the Giga projects. It comes with the launch of different national strategies, sectorial strategies, in line with Vision 2030. And the third one is how we have that common purpose with Vision 2030. That is honestly the biggest driver for not talent only, but also big corporations and universities. Now, looking at the strategy itself, as I have mentioned, there are a lot of efforts we're working on in the past. And strategy is about making smart choices. It's about managing resources, and it's about not to stretch your resources then. And that is very important, specifically in Saudi Arabia, because we're not starting from zero. If we look at, for example, where we are today, the Mantiq Valley, if we look at CAX, King Abdulaziz University, King Abdulaziz City, and King Abdullah University as well, and the different valleys, the amount of assets or the amount of investment that went to these assets exceeds 100 billion riyal. So that's the first thing that we are capitalizing on. The second one is we have global giants, manufacturing giants, our national champions, specifically we talk about Aramco, Sabic, and a few others as well, not only in Equator, we have Ma'aden, and they bring a lot of knowledge from how they grow their business, even though today was mentioned that some of the challenges that they do more investment outside Saudi rather than inside, but that also brings us a lot of knowledge. The third one is, the reality is, there are a lot of governmental entities that were born. And if we look at the ecosystem, we will find actually more than 200 enablers and initiatives that are directed to the tenants and the users that exist inside the tech districts. My brother Mohammed mentioned a few of them from IM. There is also Mushahat, there is also MCIT and MISA, and RDIA as well, as we see today. So our mission in this strategy became not to reinvent the wheel or what to do in terms of the activities that are happening, but how to convert these strengths into economical impact. And we did a benchmark. One of the benchmark entities we were looking at is ISP that we saw today, and as they have mentioned and highlighted, that the trick is to have a concentration in a geographical area where you have resources, you have talents, and you have demand. Now the challenging part is there is no one recipe that if we follow, if we put in our strategy, we are sure that we will be able to create economical impact. The Haran city and the Haran Valley is completely different than Riyadh. They come with different value proposition, they have different focus when it comes to industry in the region itself. They have different demography, they have different companies, and that applies to every city and every tech district around the world and innovation district. Nonetheless, as I have mentioned before, it also comes with an opportunity to capitalize not only on the knowledge that we have been building throughout the past 10, 15, 20 years, but also capture the best lesson learned from the different organizations around the world. So moving forward in our strategy, we are betting on three main pillars, I would say. The first one is how we enable the innovation districts to become more sector specific and more sub-sector specific, because that's when you find the highest value of commercialization when it comes to deep tech. For example, if we take water is a very wide sector, so we'd like to see that this district is focusing on water. And what's even better if we, for example, focus on sewage water and becomes a global magnet for that particular problem, that particular challenge, that anyone in the world will find a place to solve their challenge to that particular subsector. The second one, again, we mentioned it multiple times today, to be a magnet for talents, because at the end, they are really the driving force to achieve their dreams and the economical impact they're looking for. And the third one, and this is a work in progress, is how we can make our regulation growth ready. There are a lot of challenges when it comes to regulation for different reasons, and there are a lot of opportunities as well. There have been big changes in regulation when it comes to stimulating the market in different industries since the launch of Vision 2030, and that is creating the demand for deep tech. And now we're looking at what are the regulations today that might be roadblockers for deep tech and the geographical locations that has the concentration of the mines and resources, and what are the opportunities as well we can handle. So this is basically our direction in terms of fostering and growing the national technology clusters.
Thank you very much for highlighting the innovation journey in Saudi while we're seeing the impacts now on different programs. Maybe we can elaborate a little bit further on examples of such programs that you're holding in different sectors. Now, Dr. Ahmed, the National Semiconductor Hub is a critical enabler for many deep tech applications. How does the National Semiconductor Hub addressing the essential need for advancing semiconductor design and potentially manufacturing capabilities within the Kingdom of Saudi, and what specific role does this play in accelerating the development and the development of other deep tech sectors like AI, IoT, and advanced computing?
Thank you for the question, which is Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So my name is Ahmed Fayfi from the National Semiconductor Hub under the Research, Development and Innovation Authority. So let me start first by highlighting, Saudi Arabia obviously is going through change or focus on the digital technologies. So, and there are big changes, like Huawei was launched, and that was launched. So it would be a shame if the country does not benefit from this movement. So that's, if you look back maybe 3 years ago, you can count the semiconductor companies in the country maybe using one hand. So that's why RDIA was focusing or launched the National Semiconductor Hub. The aim of the National Semiconductor Hub is to attract international companies. That was the original mandate, to attract international design companies so we can start let's say, or localize the design part of the semiconductor in Saudi Arabia by having different enablers. But later we found that we will need more than focusing on the nationals and the design part and not just on attracting international companies. So that's why we are now repositioning ourselves by connecting the dots, like in building the talent, enabling the local entrepreneurs and R&D, and also attracting international companies, and creating the path forward for these companies, either grown locally or coming from internationally, to succeed, and also connecting them with the investors. So there are multiple elements for the semiconductor to succeed. Without take one of them and the industry will fail. So first one is the technology, the second one is the human talent, third are the regulations and infrastructure, and then incentives and investments. So we are trying to connect the dots. So we don't need to create anything new. Everything is there in the country. We just need to connect the dots between these players. So for example, for the human talent, we worked with the National Academy of Industry under the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, and did a training for that graduated 70 engineers that are qualified to work in the semiconductor industry. For the investments, we have launched a fund that will be basically a fund of funds to invest in the attractive companies. So this will be also an enabler. For the incentives, we are working with the NTTP to provide these incentives for the attractive companies to come to Saudi Arabia, and also in terms of like the technology. So I think we are working. This is where the strength for RDIA, which is enabling access to the national labs, using the open access policy for these companies. So this is what we have. We are positioning ourselves. Right now we have attracted 12 companies. So from 0 to 12, I think it's a very big movement. So I think we have 4 of them or 5 of them have received investment from Saudi Arabia from different funds. One of them was Wide that invested in Rebellions, and another one, I think it was Memory X, which received investment from a new investment fund, etc. And then one of them was acquired by Meta, which and then it pulled out, which highlights the quality of the companies that we are attracting. So these will be like the anchor for companies that we are attracting. But we have also working with the local entrepreneurs to enable also creating indigenous Saudi companies. Maybe we have seen one that was launched a month ago, roughly, Epic Semi. It was launched from Saudi Arabia. I think this week we had another one that was launched. I think it's called AQ Semi or so. And I think 2 more. One of them is Rimal Semiconductor, etc. So the ecosystem is now shaping. So it was clear that the ingredients were there, but they were not mixed previously. So this is what we are doing. But for the companies that we are attracting, so we are not focusing on, let's say, on any technology in particular, but if the company is good and it's benefiting the country, then it will be an interest for us. So from these companies, I think we have a couple of them in AI and Internet of Things. We have, I think, some of them in MEMS and sensors that will benefit the automotive industry, etc. So it's not a short, let's say, a short way to move forward towards building the full ecosystem for semiconductor. But if we have the ingredients and we are moving, steady and collaborating with the players, for example, we are working with the Ministry of Investment, Ministry of Industries, also through the National Industrial Center, with the universities. So if you are connecting the dots and working with everybody, then you are going to guarantee that you have a successful ecosystem in the shortest time possible.
Thank you very much. Speaking of investments, let me ask Ms. Rowan, with your rich experience in investments and venture capital, what are the essential national strategies, elements, or policies do you believe are the most critical for creating an attractive and sustainable environment for private capital to flow into South Sudan?
Thank you for that. Assalamu alaikum. Glad to be here. I think many of you have maybe heard the phrase capital goes where it's welcome and stays where it's well treated. And everyone familiar with investing knows how investing operates within software, but deep tech is very different. As my panelists have shared already, it requires dense clusters of talent, infrastructure, and investors. Most importantly, investors who understand the risk at each stage of the deep tech venture, but are comfortable enough to underwrite that risk, provided they've got line of sight to financial returns. So with that backdrop, the national levers that have worked globally and ones that should work in this case as well, and some of which has already been implemented, is the first, continuity of vision. And I think that's something that stands out particularly in Saudi, given Vision 2030. Vision 2030 has already, as my panelists mentioned, have already laid out a long-term industrial roadmap as to showcase the demand centers that deep tech startups can tap into and can give investors confidence in the broader long-term vision within the market. The second is around infrastructure. So early-stage investors particularly don't like to fund capex. So where possible, where there's existing infrastructure in place to allow research to be taken out of the lab and scaled into a product that can be deployed within the broader system, that can help de-risk the investment for private capital. There's other forms of risk-sharing mechanisms that we can implement. That includes grants, anti-dilutive funding, match funding schemes, whereby you can distribute the risk between public and private capital or entities. And the last one, which I'm sure we'll talk about a lot, which is around talent. We usually talk about talent from the startup perspective, but more importantly, you want that talent to be mirrored across every single node within the broader ecosystem. So you want talent in government, you want talent in the investor base that's looking at deep tech, you want talent in the regulator base who have perhaps lived experience. So that talent needs to be rewarded in some capacity so that we have a culture whereby we can take risks and it's okay to fail, because you need that mindset when you're trying to do the difficult things, which a lot of the deep tech startups are trying to do. So those are, obviously there's many other national levers, but those are the key things that can help move the needle and encourage private capital to be braver and more patient.
Thank you very much. And I mean, moving ahead just to the ecosystem or building the ecosystem a little bit. Maybe I will just have a short answer quickly, Dr. Mohammed. From the ministry perspectives, what are the key enablers that can help build and strengthen Saudi Arabia's deep tech ecosystem, especially in areas like talent, research, culture, and commercialization?
Thank you. I think the most important enabler is to have the right culture. Having the right culture is going to help a lot, otherwise it's going to be a waste. We need to ensure that each program, each initiative that we design is culturally fit. We know deep tech requires a lot of time, but also our national strategy is designed to be for long-term plans. So it's about us considering that it's much more beyond just quick wins. It's not about publishing papers, it's not about patenting, it is about the impact. If we all adopt this mindset, we will ensure that deep tech ecosystem will be sustainable and will go very far. The second important enabler is the collaboration and the active communication between all of us. You know, communication is very important. Efforts in innovation and research before used to be quite fragmented. But alhamdulillah, if we look at it now, we can see very clearly that all decision makers, policy makers, strategists, scientists are sitting together, coming together for one shared vision. This sort of alignment will help unifying their efforts. We will make better use of resources, and we will avoid duplication of initiatives and programs. It's not only about leaders coming together, it's also about disciplines coming together. Before, we used to think that each discipline can work independently and in isolation. But basically, we understand now innovation will never ever thrive in such environment. So it's about disciplines coming together. The third thing is to have the right resources. And at MIM we are trying to create some funding mechanism with our partners. This includes matching grant, knowledge transfer partnership, innovation voucher, etc.
Thank you very much. Mr. Abdulaziz, with your backgrounds in digital transformation, including establishing significant digital hubs and developing digital twins, how is NEDLIC leveraging these foundational concepts to build more integrated and supportive infrastructure for deep tech startups and companies?
I will try to be very quick, straight to the point. So basically, digital transformation and digital twin are evolving concepts, but in their core, how you use technologies, and either they are old ones or new ones, and combine them with the know-how to create value for your company, and it comes with its own transformation in the ecosystem. Now, what we're trying to do, as I have mentioned before, when we have specific focus and concentration in a specific sector or subsector in these innovation districts, is how we bring the technology and the know-how of the business in one place. to create value out of that. And I will give two quick examples. The first one is from statistics point of view. If you look at the AI bubble, if you would say, if we keep AI only in the ICT sector, in the information and technology sector, we will lose about 70% of its value if it's not applied in the different industries. But you cannot apply it without bringing the knowledge and the know-how of the different industries together with the technology. So that's the first example, and that's what we're trying to achieve. The second one is just to show the impacts. In a simple example that we all can relate to, if we look at some old technologies, for example, the ultrasound technology that exists in different hospitals, that technology is used to do diagnostic basically on patients, but believe it or not, it became one of the core technologies that Saudi Aramco is using for detecting the changes in oil and water in some of the processes, specifically in dewatering systems for the tanks. And that is resulting in a tremendous amount of savings in operation, and even when we look at sustainability as well. So even though it's an old technology, but when you bring the know-how of the industry, and they bring the pain, and then you bring someone who knows about specific technologies, they can work together to create something impactful.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rawan, what are the key challenges you see for startups in securing initial funding and follow-up funding on the later stage in the Saudi ecosystem, and especially how does Wide Venture address these challenges?
Thank you. So if I may, I'm actually going to look at it from a global perspective, because deep tech inherently, given the context that you're operating in, and the fact that it's hardware and usually typically physical sciences, means that there's a structural reality where the innovation is moving at a much more significantly faster rate than the infrastructure or the systems built to support it. So that brings rise to several challenges across the board. We've spoken about some of them, so I won't go into too much detail, but this translational gap in infrastructure, or what I like to refer to as like the missing middle, which is the test beds, the pilot facilities, all of which are needed. Specifically, I'll give you an example. Battery chemistries require very specialized equipment because of contamination issues. Without having that equipment in place, the barrier to commercialization is so huge that most typically inventors of any breakthrough technologies would opt to license that technology to the likes of Nissan, Cattle, rather than actually go through the barriers of all the hurdles of trying to commercialize into a spin-out. So that's the first challenge. The second would be around talent asymmetry. So a lot of the founders creating these deep tech startups are brilliant scientifically in their domain, but the skill sets required to build out these deep tech startups require a hugely different skill set. Taking something from 0 to 1 is fundamentally different to taking something from 1 to 100. And you need experienced operators who have sort of lived it, done it already, and can transfer that experience into the startups. And then the third one, which is early adopters of unproven technology. So you're thinking about the first customer here. Typically, the large corporations who have the capacity don't have the risk appetite to work with unproven technologies. And without the first customer, startups don't have that real-world performance data to showcase that their technology works. And without that data, they really struggle to then find funding later on. So those challenges exist globally, and they are mirrored in the Saudi ecosystem. But where I think there's an opportunity is that we're still relatively early in building out the building blocks required for deep tech. So I think we can utilize this as an opportunity to leapfrog and mitigate a lot of the challenges faced in other ecosystems which are older. In terms of Wa'ad, we have a global mandate where we can invest in global deep tech startups at a much later stage. So they've somewhat de-risked their technology, and we can localize them within the Saudi ecosystem. And that helps in terms of that inorganic growth helps because you can provide maturer examples in the ecosystem that the homegrown startups can either work with or look to for direction.
Thank you for the information and insight knowledge. A quick question to Dr. Ahmed. Given the nature of the global semiconductor industry, how does the national semiconductor fostering international partnership and collaboration?
Okay, so this is a good question. So right now, I think the industry, maybe in the past 5 years, has been defragmented, and now it's moving towards merging and acquisition and concentration of the technologies and the companies. So international collaboration, like it's impossible for any country to have the whole supply chain of the semiconductor industry. So this is why collaboration is mandatory, but it also depends on the needs of different countries. For example, if Saudi Arabia is moving towards the AI, so the big players in the AI are the countries, then they will be the natural, let's say, partners on in this industry. So it's not easy to create a partnership, because you will find good partners in different countries. So it will be mostly based on the players, not the countries. But it also will require, let's say, a bigger framework for this collaboration in terms of shall we work with this country or not? What will be the benefits? Are we triggering something else if we work with this country? Doing the same with the company. So if a company that's being, let's say, attracted here or working here in Saudi Arabia, will it benefit from being in Saudi Arabia, or it will be a risk for it to come to Saudi Arabia? So the collaboration, I think it's mainly driven by the strategies of these companies more than, let's say, the direction of the country itself.
Thank you. Due to time, so thank you very much, everyone, for the insightful information and the discussion. We have covered most of the ground today in terms of the strategic commitments and the evolution of deep tech ecosystem. Now maybe we can take one question from the audience quickly. Is there any questions? Yes. We can.
Let me thank all the panelists.
So this is a very good question, which is a problem that we are trying to solve. So I second what Dr. Mohammed mentioned, that we need to change the culture. So the human talent, it does not come on. So Saudi Arabia is one, I think it's among the top 10 countries in publications in semiconductors. But how many companies do we have? Close to zero. So what's the reason? So it's the culture itself. So innovators, or let's say entrepreneurs, they are or researchers, which the universities are usually the seed of these companies. Usually startups, they start from universities. So unless you change the culture of the researchers, provide them with the right enablement, for example, innovation parks, funds, other things that encourage them to take their ideas from the lab to the industry or to the let's say the market, then it will be difficult to do it. So that's why we are trying to attract international companies. They will, create the buzz that we need in this field. So right now, the company that I mentioned that was started this week, started by a university professor. So now the professors are trying to change, or they have the mindset is changing towards launching their companies. But also, it's not only about the innovator. So if I start a company by myself, I need also engineers to work for me. So we also need to work with the academia for that, to generate the pipeline for engineers to work on these universities. So right now, yeah, it's also not ready. So because once you talk to an engineer or let's say a student in engineering, would you like to go to semiconductor design, for example? They'll say, why shall I go to that path? Because we don't have the companies that will hire me later. So, and also, if you ask companies to come to Saudi Arabia, they say you don't have enough talent. So it's a chicken and egg problem that needs to be solved at the same time through creating, let's say, multiple initiatives at the same time. Like change and King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals is starting a semiconductor concentration. I think next year or so. Same is being done at KAUST. I think we are now in DTV, which is now also trying to enable also semiconductor ecosystem. So it's happening, but maybe it will take some time to happen. But I think we have the right ingredients to start, yes.
If I may add, Dr. Ahmed. So I wanted to highlight exactly the problem related to economic. Should you start with the business or start with the talent first? And I'm glad you mentioned that. But I wanted to add to it an example in car manufacturing. So that's when you see a combination of a drive to establish a new industry in the country, and then looking at regulation and looking at the local content as well, coming in one place with different demands. Local content, you want to increase standardization. You want to also increase the manufacturing for advanced equipment such as cars and all of that. And then the regulations come in place and say, okay, I want to have standardization, but it's in a certain amount of years, after 5 years, 10 years. And I can depend on some international talent to establish that industry and then move it slowly and also start the programs locally to prepare the talent for the next 5 years or 10 years in that specific industry. Each industry will be different, but I thought giving you that example specifically in Seer and Lucid that are happening in Rabia would be a great example of how we could take the path forward for semiconductor.
Thank you once again, esteemed panelists, for the valuable insights and sharing your knowledge and expertise. We highly appreciate it. To our audience, thank you for your engaging questions and participations. On behalf of our esteemed guests and myself, we thank you again for participating, and we leave the session to the next round. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear moderator and panelists, for highlighting the commitments necessary to evolve Saudi Arabia's deep tech ecosystem. A few minutes back, someone was asking me over there, everything that you are doing is great, but when is lunch? Right? So I think it's now the best time that we announce lunch and the break. We expect to see you 1:45. So looking forward to see you on the next part of the session.
अच्छा ये बोला
ओके
इधर
कटे एक ഇനി അത് അവിടെ ഒരു മുകളിലൊരു ബട്ടൺ ഇങ്ങനെ വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ ഓഫ് ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞു ശരി ദക്ഷിണ വയ്ക്ക് ഇതിന് പാർട്ടി
ഈ പയ്യൻ ക്യാമറ ഈ പയ്യൻ ക്യാമറ ഓഫ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ക്യാമറ ഓഫ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ക്യാമറ ഓഫ് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. പിന്നെ ബാറ്ററി എങ്ങനെ നിൽക്കുന്നത്? ഒരു മെമ്മറിയെങ്കിലും പൊതി
You will have a chance to visit some of the science parks.
ഇപ്പം എന്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞു? ഇപ്പോൾ വൈഡ് ക്യാമറ പിന്നെ ഓഫ് ആവരുത്. കാര്യം ചെയ്യും, ഫുള്ള് വൈഡ് വെച്ചിട്ട് ബാറ്ററിയിലല്ലേ കിടക്കുന്നത്? പവറിലാണ് കിടക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇന്ന് വൈകിട്ട് പാർട്ടി. ഓക്കെ, ചിരിക്കുന്നില്ല, ശരിയൊന്നുമില്ല. അല്ല സേന ചിരിക്കുന്ന അതൊന്നും പറ്റില്ല. ചിരി ഓക്കെ ഇടവണ
Because you were into the
audience
when you see it and read, you are able to do that, and you are able to do
വീഡിയോ കൊണ്ട് സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് കോഴ്സ് പിന്നെ പ്രസ് ക്ലബിൻ്റെ ഉണ്ട് പ്രസ് ക്ലബിൻ്റെ ഒക്കെ അതൊക്കെ ഓൺലൈനിൽ എത്തിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പ്ലസ് ടു എടുത്താൽ 2 വർഷം ചെയ്താൽ മതി പ്ലസ് ടു ഇതായിരിക്കും
cultivating talent and showcasing ecosystem success. Our keynote today and guest is Mr. Eric Bouchard, General Manager and Director of Sitkim Energy. He will start giving insights about Sitkim innocence and the latest technologies that they provide. Please join me to welcome to the stage Mr. Eric Bouchard.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank the RDI and MTV for holding the invitation to present our journey at the Polytechnical School in Lausanne, in Switzerland, in open innovation. So basically, I will quickly present the Sitkim Group. And what I heard this morning was really insightful because you are facing exactly what we are facing as well in Switzerland, but we are working on it since a bit more time than what you are doing. And I will explain basically what are the similarities and what are the differences between the two different approaches. So Sitkim is a petrochemical company, and as it was mentioned this morning, in the petrochemical industry, you are not too keen on trying to put innovation into your plants because you have security issues, but you have also productivity issues, and to try innovations within your plants is something that is really difficult. So Sitkim is a young group compared to some other companies. It's 26 years old, and within those 26 years, Sitkim has managed to build more than 14 plants, merged with the Sahara Group, and having those plants and approximately 1,600 people, we have 6.67 million tons of products every year, but we emit between 0.7 and 0.8 tons of CO2 per tons of products that we produce. And the group wants to be carbon neutral by 2050, so there is quite a lot of challenges. So in 2023, the group took the bold decision to create Sitkim Innovent in Switzerland to work mainly on innovation that will target only sustainability, circularity, and renewables. So, why did they take this decision? They decided that by doing innovation, that's how you can tackle disruptive technologies and try to implement them within the group. So, in those approach, they bet on two pillars. The first one is our R&D lab in Mana, and the second one is Sitkim Innovent in Switzerland. With Sitkim Innovent, they decided to have two approaches. The first one is to invest in startups. So we are a venture capital fund. It's a small one, but it's very agile, so we can move fast. And we decided also to start open innovation. That means try to leverage the technologies and the know-how that we can gather in the academia, in Switzerland and in the region, but also with other companies. So we try to mix both the startups and the open innovation to have the best leverage as we can for the group. Regarding the open innovation, we have the first innovation that is the first ID that is commercial,
which has been developed based on the RPET compound. So we have developed something from our know-how and technology that we acquire with the PBT compound to gather new opportunities and to answer the request from the customers to have a more sustainable product by coming with the PET compound that is based on 100% post-consumer recycled PET. So we upcycle the PET to compete with products such as PBT, ABS, PS6, PS66, engineering plastics. And the term here, invention, is important because an invention becomes an innovation only at the time you can market it. If you cannot sell what you are developing, it's a nice idea, it's a nice innovation, but it's a nice idea, but it's not an innovation. So that's the whole concept also that we have found in Switzerland at the EPFL. So the fact that we came with something that is totally new to the market makes it an innovation. Clearly, what you can see on the RPET compound is that the industry didn't know that we could use RPET recycle to make injection molding engineering plastics. And that's a new approach to the market. That's something that you need to develop, to sell to the market. And that's in that sense that it is an innovation. This morning, I like the intervention of some of your panelists saying that, you know, in the AI, basically they filled the white spot that they had because the business model were already proven. So when you do an innovation, you have to prove both the technology and the business model. And that takes more time, of course. So the RPET, the advantage of this RPET is that it's halogen, PFAS, and heavy metal free. We have also food contactable, and it's a technical upcycle that competes with other plastics. So here is the point. When we talk about innovation, you have the curve that is usually known in the market. And for you, where would you see Sitchem, the group Sitchem, the petrochemical group, placed on this curve? Any idea? No. Actually, Sitchem is on the late majority lager side because all the technology we use and all the products that we use are already well known to the market and are based on technologies that has been developed since decades, if not centuries for some of them. And what we want to do at Sitchem Innovent in investing in startups and open innovation, we are just the opposite. We are on the innovators and early adopters. So how do you reconcile the two different approaches? And that's the whole difficulty of doing innovation in companies that are using technologies that are well known. For you to understand the innovation side, we have these three different layers. The first one is what we call incremental innovation, and that's what we are doing today at Sitchem, and that's where we are working today at Sitchem to implement sustainability on our existing plants. There is a lot of work that has been done on that side, but there is no real innovation in the sense that the technology solutions and the market and customers' newness are well known. Then you have the second horizon, which is the new innovation, and that's where it's new to us because it's new business model, new technology that we are not yet implementing into our company, but it's also new to the market and to the customers. And then you have the third one, which is what we call the disruptive innovation, which are the academia. And we can see that there is a line that is really well marked between all those three areas. And our difficulty is to interact between those areas. And by joining the EPFL, that's what it's helping us to do, to move faster, to implement the technology and break the barriers that we have between those three horizons. You have to understand that academias, they don't have the same approach as companies. For a professor, what is important is to publish, is to be able to teach to all his students the technologies that they are developing in their labs. And it's not to be private, to file patents at most, and to find solution to sell the product. So you need to understand the different approach to be able to interact with the different layers in innovation. Likewise, for a company like Sitcam, it's not very easy to deal with two different types of R&D and innovation. What we are doing is something that cannot be applied directly to what we are doing, nor sell directly to our current customers. So that was really a bold decision from the group to create Sitcam Innovate. When we invest in startups, we invest in startups that are in TRL 4 to 6. That means it's proven at lab level, but it needs to be scaled up at industrial level. So definitely, that doesn't fit to a portfolio of a company like Sitcam right now. We need to make sure that it can be embedded in the time, in the long run, into what we are doing and how we can leverage on those technologies for the future as well. So the reason why we decided to join the EPFL, it's because at the Polytechnical School of Lausanne, they are doing innovation since a very long time. So to give you an idea, there is more than 14,000 students. They have more than 150 partnerships with external companies in research programs. It's multinational and cultural. There is more than 130 different nationalities. And there is 560 startups that have been created just at the EPFL. And you have 441 labs and shares. So to manage all the jewelry that they have, they decided to create the KNOVA program, which is something that will help to nurture this innovation, but to propagate this innovation within companies. Just for 2024, there is 25 new startups that have been created. They have raised 512 million Swiss francs for those startups. 31 million raised from industrial contracts, indirect funding. and 11 million raised in the InnoSwiss project. InnoSwiss project is grants that are non-dilutive, which is very important for startups and for the founders of those startups. They have licensed 36 technologies, and they have filed 79 patents only in 1 year. The innovations and inventions and softwares, it's not patented, but that's the place where they have the most development for the time being. So that's a region where you don't cope with asset-intensive innovation. That's what was discussed this morning. It's mainly AI, and of course you don't need as much assets as you need when you do development in petrochemical, for instance. So the Kenova program, that's the answer from the EPFL to help companies to interact with the EPFL. And basically it's to unlock the full potential of the innovation ecosystem and to build an impactful outcome out of all this ecosystem. And they do that through proactive guidance and collective intelligence. So we have a lot of visits, a lot of presentations. We visit lab, we discuss with professors, with startups. There is a lot of events with the CVC community as well, so the venture capital community. And luckily for us, they have chosen us as a case study because during the 2 years we participated to the program, we decided to went all in. That when Kenova became our office, we were there every day of the week, and that helped us to structure what we were doing, because Innovent was new for the group. It was new on the venture capital side, but also new on the open innovation side. And it helped us also to build the relationships and the network in the ecosystem, and also to put some structure in our investments and also in our open innovation development. So that's something that is really important for us in the sense that it gave us 3 key impacts. The structure of our roadmap, with the canvas and the sprints that are the week where we have all those presentations, training, exchange with other companies. It helped us to connect to the EPFL lab and to the professors and the whole ecosystem, and build the network via events, sites visits, and all the Kenova and VPI organization. So, to give you an idea, those are the companies that are participating to Kenova. And some of them have very big development sites and R&D sites. And you have companies like Michelin, for instance, who has huge R&D sites in Switzerland, but also in France, that are still participating to Kenova. And you have companies that are coming from all the different sectors from the industry. The chance is that we all exchange our burden, what was key for us in the innovation, how we manage the innovation internally, but also with the labs, and external companies. And it helped to build the network for us to start much more rapidly. So that means that in a couple of years, if we go back to this one, in 2023, we joined the Canova program. We were 3 people out of the SITCAM Europe office, so which is the distribution company of SITCAM in Europe. And we had in 2023 and 2024 our first investments. We have now finalized our third investments. The difficulty for us is to find investments that match our industry. So we go through very heavy due diligence to make sure that that can be a success for us in integrating the technology in the future in SITCAM, but also in Saudi Arabia. We hired 2 students from the EPFL, but we also developed collaboration with the EPFL lab, but also the ERAP, which is the Plasturgic Center from the Engineering School of Toulouse. And we created also a partnership with external companies. So we have R&D development contracts with a company in Italy, and we are on the verge of signing another one with a Swiss company as well. So that's how you try to leverage the open innovation. It's by building not only on what we know, but on what others can bring to you as well. So the difficulty internally is when it's not invented here, it's more difficult to have the innovation to penetrate and diffuse within your own organization. But that's something that we need to cope, and we are learning to cope with it. And likewise, working with the academia is something that is also not very simple. In Switzerland, we have the chance to have 2 different levels of academias. The first level, like the Polytechnical School, is very based on pure R&D. And then you have the engineering school that are more based on development of industrial technology. Those ones are less regarding on only IP. So if you finance the whole program, usually you have 100% of your IP, which is more difficult with the EPFL. So in 2025, we decided to stop the program after 2 years, but to integrate the innovation part at the EPFL, where we still have access to the whole ecosystem around the EPFL. And I think one element that is key when you partner with academias and university is the talent acquisition. So we have projects where we use the consulting company, which is an association of students from the EPFL. So to be honest, we don't pay them for the work they deliver at the level of the work they deliver, because it's an association. But it gives us the possibility to have access to a lot of different students, from mathematics to chemistry to engineering. So those teams are gathered together to work on our projects. And for them, the benefit is that gives them some know-how and some references as well. And we have already identified some of the students that we would like to hire as soon as they finish their study. So I think the whole journey helped us to really move much faster than what we would have done if we would have been alone. And we also, I think, benefited on our innovation side to have this image of engineered in Switzerland. To be honest, this is something that is growing in Saudi, but in what we are doing today, the people that are qualifying the product, they are all based in Europe, US, and Japan for the time being. It's becoming to be the case also in China. So there are people that are actually qualifying the products, the technology, and the Middle East is not yet known to be a qualifier. So to move faster on the innovation and the reach to the market, that is a help for us for the time being. I think that is something that was also underlined this morning in the different presentation, and that is really important. It's a whole mindset. So in Switzerland, when we started, Switzerland is known to be very inventive. So per million inhabitants, we file more than 1,000, almost 1,200 patents every year. So we are the first rank worldwide since decades, and we are in the top 10 in the number of patents that we are filing. China is it's part of a full mindset and the whole ecosystem that we learned this morning that is today developing and nurturing in Saudi, that what is needed. You need to have good patent attorney, you need to have good financing needs, good lawyers that can support the startups. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yeah. And you need to have also the whole ecosystem with the academias. So I think it's a whole that Saudi is now building today, and you are moving really fast. But that's the most important. And today that's what we can find in Switzerland and the EPFL. And to give you an idea, so the innovation park, it's more than 3,000 people. It's 50 plus company hosted. There is more than 100 startups directly on the innovation park. And we collaborate with companies that are today part of the innovation, like Logitech, like Cisco, and some others, Nestle. And when I say the ecosystem is important, you can see that in Switzerland you have a lot of different levels in academias. You have a lot of institutes that are working all together. So EPFL is not just one university. It's part of the whole ecosystem in Switzerland, but also part of the ecosystem in Europe. So we are close to major university like the Fraunhofer Institute for us, that is very important, but also big hub for startups like London, Berlin, Munich, Paris. It's key to be multicultural, to be multilingual, and to be open to what is nearby. And hopefully the 3 first investments are investments that are spin-off from the EPFL. But the next one should be from European entities, one in the UK, and maybe one in Germany as well. So we will see. But our building, and that's the key element. Thank you.
would love if you guys able to show the ecosystem in the future with us. Do you have a diagram or something like that?
Well, the diagram, we can complete this one by all, you have companies, so you have industries that are very active in innovation and that are financing a lot of research programs. As you have heard, there is more than 150 companies that are financing research programs at the EPFL only. But you have big companies like Solvay, like Nestlé, like Exxon, Total Gas, and so on. So you have companies that are coming from abroad, and that's what you are trying to do here also in Saudi, and that's key. I think that's an element that you have to develop because you need to attract people and to attract projects. Because all those investments are actually industrial projects. And I think innovation, it's a mindset. You also, when you do innovation, you need to have the right to do mistakes, because you innovate only by doing mistakes, then you iterate, and then hopefully at the end you have a good innovation. But you need to be able to fail. And that's also a mindset that is important. So it's also the mindset of, at the EPFL, the students, they have courses on innovation and startup. So they are really pushing the students to create startups and to innovate. So in the labs, you have often a structure where you have developments that are done that are supported by the professor. But then the PhD students that are usually working on that are actually pushed to create a startup, most of the time with the help of the professor. And the EPFL is also granting them licenses for the technology that has been developed in the lab. And they take a quote, of course, it's 4%. But they take the risk as well. And I think what is important is that you need to nurture your students to help them to create startups. In our domain, it's more difficult because it's asset intensive, so you need to be resilient. The startups we have invested in, one is already was created 7 years ago now, and that's today that they are at the pilot stage, industrial pilot stage. We will install it hopefully next year in Jubail Industrial City, in our facility. So I think that's part of what you have to bring to your young students, and you have a lot. I think you could do a lot of things in the whole region. Yes. It's a culture. Yeah. You know, it may be funny, but it's only last year that in the SITCAN manual handbook for the employees, it's written failure is accepted, provided that you don't repeat it. Before that meant that failure was not accepted. So it's very difficult to do innovation when you cannot fail, because you know that you will fail. That's the essence of innovation. You have to fail to innovate. So I love what you are saying. It's a culture, it's a mindset, and that's changing really rapidly now in Saudi, and I think that's an important point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bouchati, for the great insights. And now we will reach to the final panel. The final panel discussion with the title of Innovations in Talent Development and Local Success Cases. This panel highlights successful approaches to talent development and shows local innovation stories. We would like to welcome to the stage Ms. Dana Saeed, Director of Innovation District and Spaces at RBII, with her, and she can invite her guests.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is Dana Saeed. Actually, it's my pleasure to see you all here in this insightful discussion. A little brief about this session. So in an era defined by the rapid technological advancement, the lifeblood of innovation, especially in the deep tech, is talent. Our session today, titled as Innovations in the Talent Development and Local Success Stories, will delve into exactly that. We'll explore compelling success stories from renewed national, districts, and local talent activities and initiatives, demonstrating how the cultivation of skilled human capital is not just a support function. It's actually a direct accelerator for deep tech ventures. We'll hear about new approaches in education, the power of industry-academia partnerships, and critical skills development, all aligned with the evolving needs of the deep tech landscape. So I'm honored here to introduce our distinguished panelists, each bringing a wealth of experience and unique knowledge and perspective to the topic of this panel. First, we have Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Mutlaq, Chief Executive Officer of the Dammam Valley, an academic and expert in pharmacology and oncology. Dr. Al-Mutlaq is a driving force behind innovation, strengthening partnerships between academia and industry, and connecting scientific research with the knowledge economy in support of Saudi Vision 2030. His vision for building innovation ecosystems and fostering talent is particularly relevant. Thank you, Dr. Next, we have Mr. Mohammed Ibrahim, the General Manager of Research and Innovation at SAPKIN. With over 20 years of experience across petrochemical, oil and gas, and chemical manufacturing sectors, Mr. Mohammed brings a deep understanding of industrial innovation and value chain management. His insights will be invaluable on how established industries nurture and leverage deep tech talent. Welcome, Mr. Mohammed. And finally, we are joined here with Dr. Ma'ad Al-Awafir, Director of the Sadaya KPM Research Center for Artificial Intelligence. Dr. Al-Awafir leads pivotal research, development, and teaching initiatives in AI, optimization, and efficient energy systems. His perspective on academic-driven talent development, especially in cutting-edge fields like AI, is highly anticipated. Welcome, Dr. Ma'ad. Thank you all for being here, and let's get started. Test. Okay. Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you so much for joining us, and we would like to start the first questions with you, Dr. Abdulaziz. Given your extensive experience in academic leadership and fostering industry-academia partnerships, what are the most critical elements for the Dammam Valley in successfully transforming scientific research into commercially viable deep tech ventures, particularly concerning in talent required for this transition?
Thank you so much. Thank you, RBI, for conducting this event. Thank you for PBTC for also hosting us. It's a pleasure to be with you, actually talking about this very important topic. So when we talk about talent, we try not just to compete with other entities in the industry of attracting talents. We are in a unique position as BBC of the Dammam Valley as an emerging company owned by non-profit university. So we have the talents, and what we need to do basically over time is just to engineer those talents to focus more on translating their research to impactful products and not just thinking about publishing. So what we do, we know that deep tech doesn't fail because of the science. Most of the time the science is brilliant, but it fails because of the gap between discovery to deployment. And that's where Techno Valley and TPC particularly play an important role. So I tend to hear about ecosystem a lot, and I think ecosystem is the right word, because when you talk about academia, you talk about the huge pool of talents. That doesn't work alone. We need to have a partner, we need to have a commercial vehicle, we need to have that venture builder and capital to be injected. So we are in a unique position, definitely. What we do at DBC to cope with this challenging issue and manner is basically adopt a triplet kind of transformation model, where you have that IP to be transformed to research, to transform to IP, and the IP to be also ventured, and that ventures to be also having some kind of capacity and impact. In all these three triplet models, you have to have that talent ready and trained. What we are doing right now at DBC, working closely with the innovation sector of IU, creating such ecosystem where we change the mindsets of researchers within IU community to more focus about the entrepreneurial mindsets, thinking not just publication, not just a surprise just to publish, but also think about translating that publication forward. What we are doing right now is building a structured pipeline to translate these TRL second to settlement from these research activity within our campus, which we think is very critical to be there. So this requires a development program, education program that comes with the industry, not after the industry, because you need to make sure that you're capturing what the industry needs at the early stage, not just at late stage. So I think it's all about the ecosystem that will engineer those talents to focus more on translating their deep tech solutions and ideas to more kind of like functioning and more impactful products.
Thank you, Dr. Abdulaziz. What I like the most about this is that you are emphasizing on the word ecosystem. Ecosystem, it's several components, all critical or crucial to be integrated together to get really the impact that we are all aspiring for. Thank you so much. And based on the inputs that you have thankfully stated, and since it's related to deep tech ventures, maybe I'll have a question to Dr. Maad al-Awafir. From the AI perspective. So as a director of the Sadaya KFUPM AI Research Center, how do you ensure that emerging AI talent gains both the theoretical foundation and the practical skills needed to translate the cutting-edge research, especially in the areas like energy, into a real deep tech solutions? And which training model do you think has proven most effective in accelerating this expertise in Saudi Arabia?
Well, thank you very much. And again, I want to reiterate what Abu Abdullah mentioned. Thank you for the RDIA and DTBC for organizing this initiative and linking people together. So with regards to the theoretical backgrounds and practicality, let's establish first that theoretical background are indeed necessary, especially if we are talking about deep tech. Because now with all these great initiatives, we're kind of feeling a sense that theory is not so important, or we're taking an image that theoretical background is kind of less important than practicality. No, indeed it is important, and without it, the definition of deep tech is actually solutions that are grounded on science and technology. So without theory, you cannot actually reach deep tech. However, that being said, indeed, academia tends to stop at this stage without thinking about the practicality and going into the market, and the student might be affected by this mentality in academia. And so, but now we, with Vision 2030 and KFUPM, we're actually mandated now to create new sectors that impact and affect and diversify the economy, and with only theory you cannot do that. So I really appreciate the question, Dana. And so what probably some examples that we do is, number one is support. Let me put support as one of the biggest thing that can be provided to both the talent and the faculty and the research scientists. And what do I mean by support? If we are asking faculty, research scientists, academia in general, to kind of go to the market, develop solutions, build softwares, especially in AI, for example, we typically have to build user interfaces and softwares and apps in order for the market to understand what are we talking about, or the industry. And so support is necessary, and just to be specific over here in the center, for example, we have a set of engineers that they focus on how to build softwares. You don't expect everyone to be end-to-end. It's more into the building of the team. So how to build the talent, I believe this is one of them. Make them interact with those engineers, just to understand that you need to build the software, and you might be communicating once you graduate with such a set of expertise, those that are working on software. And so we try to provide this support to both students, faculty, and research scientists, to make them focus on the theory. Do the theory with a pipeline of teams that would help you improving the concept, building the product, going to the market. And I feel when that happens, usually they're more, let's say, they have more time in focusing on the theoretical background, which impacts and which actually give deep tech. We've tried it before, and I have to say, the fact that you ask one person, a faculty, I'm a faculty, that's why probably I'm kind of taking it a bit personal. But I do have a startup as well. But just to state the fact, faculty are already demanded with a lot of things, publications, committees, we're talking about teaching. So support, just provide the support. It's not, I mean, I believe this is one of the biggest things to both faculty research and the talent students that are going to come from the faculty. Support in talent as well as in equipment. I want to mention one thing that we are blessed at in KFUPM, that we have 20 other research centers that are interdisciplinary. We're talking about aviation, energy, advanced materials, intelligent and secure systems, smart mobility and logistics. And we're privileged in the AI Center to kind of have domain knowledge expertise and cutting edge infrastructure. And so exposing the talent to these kind of equipment and domain knowledge expertise, we've also noticed that helps reducing the gap between practicality and theory. And finally, and I'll probably end over here, we kind of, in KFUPM, we've initiated this 000 system. It's an amazing system. Because we mentioned support to the talent, to the faculty and the research science, but you need also incentives. Why? If my ranking system is based as a talent, as a faculty, is based on publications, why would I open a startup? Let's be frank. You tell me, come open a startup. No, I don't want to open a startup. I want to sit in my desk and do my research. But however, if you incentivize them, if you support and then incentivize, and what I mean by incentivize, what happened here in KFUPM, well, number one is that the evaluation is now dependent on the number of startups that you developed and the number of startups that either you started or you kind of contributed in. And students are involved in all of that. I know we're talking about, but just bear in mind the students are involved always with the faculty. So if the faculty is working on a startup, the student is here. So evaluation, this is the first incentive. And the second one, the 000. KFUPM now says, you develop, as you have a startup, you can have 0 shares, zero equity, which is shares, zero royalties, and zero fees. It's yours to own. So the faculty now says, now we're talking. So I believe students, then it applies to students as well. So just once you support and incentivize, and we felt that it comes from them, and then they would basically, this is the entrepreneurship mindset that you would need. You want them to find their own ways of being developed once you give them, nurture them, support them, and incentivize them. Hope that answers your question.
Absolutely, thank you, Dr. Maad. Maybe the most crucial thing that you have highlighted is the support, and how to bridge this gap between talent, especially with the students or even the researchers in universities. And support has so many, forms, let's say, which takes us to a question to Mr. Mohammed. From your perspective in research and innovation, what key deep tech skills are most needed in the petrochemical sector, on the other hand? And how can companies like Subkeem bridge this talent gap through innovative programs or strategic partnerships?
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to also, as my colleagues, extend my appreciation to RDI and ETDC for hosting such an event. But I have one thing to say before I answer this question. It's freezing here. When I shook hands with Eric outside, his hands cold. I saw that you brought all this breeze from Lausanne. He said, no, it's freezing inside. So now I'm realizing this. Right, and I think we have two dimensions from company or corporate perspective that we are. So people now started to go out because they feel freezing. So the first one is the capital that is required to do a deep tech. We all know that this is a capital-intensive sort of technology that one do. The second part of it also is a time-related type of research when you do a deep tech research or innovation. We know, especially in our industry at petrochemicals, it takes 7 to 15 years, sometimes 20 years, till you have such a technology matured and commercialized. It requires patience, and this is something that we as a corporate, we need to learn, because we are actually economics driven. And also, at the same time, we need to balance on how can we get an accelerated results from the research and innovation as we get into such project engagement. The second part of it is the tools, using of tools in order to accelerate an outcome of any deep tech research investments. I'll give you a simple example. This is something that we have done in Subkeem. We have a very good chemical engineers and chemists, and this is something I was discussing with our researchers. And I think this is the case in every place that you can find. But how can you engage those researchers? He's a chemical engineer, he's a chemist, but he is not familiar with an AI and all those new solutions that could help him to bridge the gap, or at least shorten the trial and round robin tests that he has to do in order to reach to a certain results, or at least to look into some literatures or research papers that can quickly, summarize what is he looking for, and he can come into a conclusion. We started to engage some of our digital and AI tools in our company to all our employees. We started to introduce an Udacity to upskill our programs, to upskill our employees, or develop their skills to build such skill and accelerated results, especially for our researchers. I'm talking about general employees and specifically for our researchers. We introduced some called of a mini nano degree related to AI and digital solutions. And having done that, our average time required for our researchers to do an investigation and move to the development in any project has significantly shrunk from 300 plus days to 150 in less 120 days. So that's a big, significant move that where our people can come into a conclusion and can scale up to the next stage while they're doing the research. On the other hand, this is related to the tools, we're talking about the talents. I think when it comes to talent, maybe Eric, you just brought a very good example that we see in EPFL, well, and I heard when I had a meeting with management of DTVC and some of SCAFI management that this is also a direction that they're going with. EPFL, they are supporting the student in order to create his own startups. And they are bringing the companies in order to sponsor or take care of that startups. I heard that statement early this year from DTVC India, and I'm really glad to see that this change is happening, that we want to teach our students to create jobs instead of looking jobs. 20 years ago, or in the time when I graduated, I was just simply looking for a job. But now we're teaching our students how to create a job, which is something that we as companies, we are interested to fund and raise as long as it falls into our strategy as a company. Maybe the only gap that we see is when it comes to the engagement between the industry and academia, is sometimes we would have something like an exposure for our academia to the industry. I would say that it could be a mandate for a higher graduate studies is before someone goes into from bachelor degrees to masters or PhDs. I think one of the requirements could be from the universities is to have a 3 to 5 years practical experience exposure before you move to the study. Doing this will bridge, will help the students to understand and bridge and balance between reality and what's written in the theory, and can have a better results. On the second hand also, we can as an industry be engaged with universities in building a curriculum that we can, that add up some of the points that, or the courses that we see that it is mandatory to engage the students at any stage of their studies into a real life industry. So that's hopefully answers the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. You actually tapped on a great point, that you have a strategic perspective on the integration of the ecosystem. You talked about the corporate in general, the employees, the researchers, the students, and any engagement with universities, which is a crucial thing for building the ecosystem in general. Which takes us to a question to Dr. Abdulaziz. As a CEO of the Dammam Valley, a key enabler of innovation, of course, how are you building a robust ecosystem to attract, develop, and retain deep tech talent? And what specific local success cases can you highlight in talent cultivation that align with the Vision 2030?
I want to also acknowledge all the comments from my colleague here as they are actually emphasizing the ecosystem again once again, because that's very important. The 000 model is impressive, and I think that's one way to make that ecosystem functioning and achieving the targets. Actually, at DVC, we're working with IU to launch a very important initiatives very soon that's called the Internationalization Initiatives, where we are tackling all these aspects towards achieving the goal of, not just having that IP and finding IP and annual basis, just how to drive those commercialization activities and make an impact. So we don't tend just to build and establish startups, but also thinking about creating that ecosystem, that system that would enable the creation of startups, something inevitable all the time. So at DVC particularly, we are in a unique position where actually we're focusing on the healthcare sector. And when you talk about healthcare sector and healthcare innovation, you need to talk about that infrastructures that it's essential to translate these activities from bench to bed or from bench to bench, because at the end you need to have that setup and infrastructure that speed up the process of translating the activity at the bench, and then you have to have the translation of research to be translated at the bedside. So going back and forth on that ecosystem is really important. So IU provide research activities, research infrastructure, yes. The non-value would be providing that potential activation. The corporate industry would have that adaptation and questioning and challenges that they want to solve. And from that, we have launched and come up with this lab commercialization initiative, where basically a couple of these ideas that tackle challenging questions and problems within the healthcare sectors at IAU is being tested and streamlined for that. What we do here, we work closely with the TTO and the innovation sector at IAU. We are challenging so many startups and so many ideas. At the same time, the passions that the IU ecosystem, the IU staff, the IU talents there is very important. We are tackling this forward. So when you talk about the lab commercialization initiatives, we're talking about also bridging that lack of knowledge, the entrepreneurial nature and mindsets within the staff. We're trying to nurture their entrepreneurial skills and mindsets toward achieving that goal. We're talking about more infused graduate programs, venture-based graduate programs, for example, not just something you wanted to have just graduate program, thesis programs. Just you want to have your thesis basically is as the prototype to be followed, where you have to have that exam or written exam is basically your pitch deck, for example, and your advisor and mentees mentor is basically the co-founder or the venture builder at the same time. So in that regard, you try to come up with infusing your academic activity with this hybrid model, where you bridging the gap between the industry and the academic activities you're performing at IU campus. So we can talk about so many examples in energy sectors and healthcare sectors where potentially many of these startups will emerge and will be translated and streamlined through that initiative, and will be an excellent example that can be shared recently with the community. So we're relying again, once again, on that ecosystem. We're not here alone. We are one component from multiple components that has to synergize, and they have to work together for that mission.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdulaziz. That's really a promising initiative, and we're all excited, of course, to see it contributing to our all efforts in building this ecosystem again and getting the promising outcomes that we're looking for. I'm sure that everyone would ask or would think about if there is any challenges in this and those initiatives in general, which takes us to a question to Dr. Ma'ad. We have a question about some of the challenges you're facing. What are the key opportunities and challenges you've observed in fostering the industry-academia partnerships through the Sadaya KFUPM Center to align, of course, the academic output with the specific talent needs of the deep tech industry in the region?
Okay, but that's a sensitive question because industry and academia are sitting beside each other now, and I'll probably hit on both. But I'll try to be unbiased. So I'll start with the challenges. There's definitely a different mindset. Let's start with the different goals, and Eric elaborated on that at the beginning. In academia, the goal typically, I would say, now we're trying to change it, but the goal of the faculty is to publish papers and build data sets, have open source algorithms and codes, attend conferences, organize workshops, and these are truly amazing things. They bring the community and so on, but it's not the same goal with the industry. I believe industry have more product-oriented or solution-oriented, and a return of investment. What's the cycle of this solution? And so that's I guess one of the challenges that we observe is it's the different goals between the academia and industry, and then we have the different tempo or the different time aspect. And so academia is usually rigor, but kind of take your time and the development, ensure that the development is rigorous, while in the industry it's more of a fast pace. Let's correct the solutions after they are being developed, let's push them to the market, let's sell and push to the market as fast as possible. So as I mentioned, different goals, different time scales, data access as well. That's one of the challenges that we're noticing, where academia thrives on open data. Give the scientists a set of data, and then they will try their algorithms. They provide it to their students and see how they test these algorithms. While it's hard to obtain data due to the sensitivity of the industry. And then I'd probably add two. One would be the ownership and IP during the collaboration. We do have some difficult conversations, but I would say they're usually resolved with clarity and openness. So who owns the developed product? Who will lead the commercialization? Who owns the IP? These things are typically challenged. And then the last one would be probably the sustainability. So academia works on cycles. You provide a project to the professor, they would work on it for a semester or a year. The student graduated. It's a thesis project, the funding is for a thesis, the student graduated, and then the cycle ends, for example, for that specific project. While the industry, no, it's a continuous kind of cycle where I want to go back to the solution and develop it and improve it and so on, maintain it, scale it up. So these are kind of some of the challenges that we're facing in collaboration between when we collaborate with the industry. Now the opportunities are, so I started pessimistically, but now I left the opportunities at the end to end on a good note with our neighbor and our neighbors over here. So in terms of the opportunities, I think definitely development of deep tech. We're talking about solutions that impact the society. You need both. You need the rigor from the academia, and you need the industrial mindset from the industry. If you also want to expedite the process or accelerate the process of development, this is one opportunity with the joint collaboration between academia and the industry, because academia can test, and then industry can develop, industry can validate. The industry also knows the solution, the practical problems which can be conveyed to the academia and so on. And so these are, I would say, two opportunities. A couple more, maybe one opportunity is, Eric touched upon that, which is the talent pipeline. And I kind of noticed that industry appreciate that. It's the problem that the academia industry would work on creates a good opportunity and a good study case for the students. And at the same time, you are preparing a pipeline for the industry. Once they graduate, they can work with the industry. Industry and academia can build also startups together, and this is what we're trying to do, especially with the 000 now. With the 000, you come to the faculty, they say, okay, but I don't want the whole ownership to go to the industry. I'm willing to work, I'm willing to spend, but now I have an opportunity to build my own company or my own industry. So that's what we notice, that it's actually an opportunity and sometimes appreciated, especially with the companies that are open to having startups And so I guess there's big opportunities. I'll end with final two here in the kingdom. At least we have an AI. There is a growing interest in developing AI solutions. So this creates a good synergy between academia and industry and working together to develop these solutions. And again, there are fundings from our friends at the RDIA. It's specifically targeting academic industry collaboration. So it has to be joint application. So I think there is investment and there is talent. And when you multiply these two, you get innovation and the new sectors that will diversify the economy.
Thank you, Dr. Mahad. That's really a very insightful point, and that you have gathered all the perspectives and all the challenges like in a comprehensive way. Unfortunately, time is about to be finished for this panel, but I think we are all curious to hear the perspective from the private sector. So, Mr. Mohammed, we have a question for you in this regard. Reflecting on your experience, what role do industry, academia, collaboration play in accelerating the deep tech ventures from your perspective, and ensuring a steady pipeline of talent with a practical, industry-relevant experience? Can you share a successful example or a challenge in this regard?
I think I'll be very quick on this, and I think it's been said enough for that. And from private sectors or from corporate perspective, I think it is very important to ensure two things. The first one is we need to make sure that the complexity of any tech should be very well, or there should be a communication protocol to simplify the complexity of any deep tech research to the non-tech people. Eventually, we are a corporate and we have investors from different backgrounds who are just only coming to invest. So to make it simple for them and make it, attractive, it has to be very well explained in a simple way. The second part, which is very important, is there should be a very well defined guidelines and on what are the roles and responsibilities of each entity when they are getting engaged. We need to make sure that academia shouldn't be acting like a corporate or like a commercial sector, and should focus, as stated by Dr. Mahad, in the research and patents with incentives that comes from the corporate or private sector, like our companies is through the funding the projects and rewarding based on patents, and with having a right of commercialization to the funding entity, which is our corporate side. On the other hand, when it comes to talent, I think we have a life example. We have two of our EPFL students already working with us, one in the business development side, one of the product development, and based on their performance, we definitely hire them. And I appreciate if we can do the same exercise, and I see this now starting in DTVC, where this is part of the KPIs. And but it's a bit challenge. We need to find a way on how to get through a very well structured way on adopting or incubating such a talent to our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Absolutely, with this insightful perspective, you have managed to even add more into the discussion here in the panel regarding, of course, the opportunities and the challenges. And it shows how everyone or every element in the ecosystem is integrated and have the same goal. So thank you so much, our distinguished experts, for your wonderful insights, knowledge, and experience in the talent development, industry, and academia collaborations. But I don't know if we have time for a question, maybe one question? Yes. Yeah, so please, whoever has a question, state your name, your affiliation.
Thank you so much for this panel discussion. We had the great insights from it. My name is Fatma Shakhs. I'm from KPUPM. I have a question for for Mr. Muhammad. You've mentioned how chemists and chemical engineers at Supreme, you're trying to integrate AI into their work, into analyzing literature review, into analyzing studies. On the other hand, in the previous presentation with Dr. Eric, he mentioned how we're trying to help students analyzing and reach this conceptual and theoretical integration of analyzing case studies. So, in your opinion, how do you think we can balance between this of the use of AI into critically analyzing all these studies and the problems, but at the same time we don't lose this mindset of employees or even students of being able to put in the effort in analyzing all these case studies and also problems?
See, well, you have an employee, and this is something, developing an employee, this is an ongoing, it's an obligation on the organization to bring it up to speed. Engaging with the students actually is engaging with the institute itself in order to ensure that they receive the right amount of training or courses that bring them to be ready into my industry, so it can be like an accelerated or pre-development in the institute phase. This is number one. Number two is it's not going to undermine what the student is going to do. Actually, if the students or even the employee, the researcher, when I introduce him to this tool, actually I'm trying to make his life easier. Instead of spending this much hours or days or months on something that can shorten the results for him, that will help him focus on something or more complicated issues while he's doing his research. The same thing goes with the students. So this is in a nutshell what we're trying to do.
I hope that answered your question. I think unfortunately time is up for our panel, so I would like first to extend my sincere gratitude to our distinguished panelists. Thank you so much for your insights, for your knowledge, for your experience. You've shed a huge light on the talent development, especially in the deep tech ventures and initiatives. It's been a pleasure to sit here with you today and have this wonderful discussion. I wish it can go forward and forward. And thank you so much for our audience for being here joining our panel. I hope you enjoyed this discussion, and I'm pretty sure that you have a lot of questions in your mind, and I hope those insight and perspectives has added a lot to you, and this will draw inshallah actionable ideas to us all in the upcoming initiatives. Thank you so much everyone, and we're closing the panel now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear panelists and our moderator for the great session. Thank you so much. And as we conclude now, day one, allow me to reflect the insights that we have shared, from visionary leadership to deep tech ecosystem and talent development. Today's discussion showed the collaboration across academia, industry, and government, which is a key to pioneering Saudi Arabia's innovation district beyond 2030. I thank all speakers, all panelists, and partners for their contributions. Special appreciation goes to RTI, Authority, and BTV for championing this forum, and to all participants for their engagement. But our journey is still not over. We still have another day. Tomorrow we will move into technology transfer and commercialization section. Please make sure that you attend. We look forward to seeing you there. And finally, we will talk about the tour. So if you guys registered for the tour, someone will be waiting for you outside. So we have Mr. Muhammad Nadeem, and we have also Mr. Sayyid. They are waiting here in the back. So if you registered, you can follow them, and they will guide you directly to the buses that will take you to the tour. Thank you so much.
Why not? Thank you. Forward from here. Can you get his phone number? Okay, ma'am. Left post now.